Chapter 1332. Li Zhongjiu's nickname, Evil Lord. It had already spread out in the fallen city. Now everyone knew that this mysterious senior was called Evil Lord. It didn't matter what his real name was, as long as they knew that it was Evil Lord who saved them. At the same time, the glorious achievements of the Great Yen Kingdom had gradually spread out and made people familiar with them. They all knew that the Great Yen Kingdom was the real warrior. To be able to fight alongside such a person would be an incomparably glorious thing. Although there were only 600,000 troops stationed there. Later, the 5 countries pooled together again and made the garrison up to 800,000 troops. The 800,000 troops were stationed in the fallen city. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran came to the city wall. The soldiers of the 5 countries knew that it was because of these 2 people that their homeland was saved, so they were also incomparably respectful to Evil Lord. And this Evil Lord's wife. This time, the Beast God Temple sent out the so-called Plague Army. They have at least 7 million troops, and possibly 8 million troops. Jiang Bai reported on the city wall. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had arranged a lot of formations around the city. At the same time, they had also refined some elixirs in the past 2 days. Then, they mixed the elixirs into the water and let the soldiers drink it. As a result, these soldiers who had never eaten elixirs had a great improvement rapidly. Each of them had at least 2 to 3 levels of breakthrough. It directly increased the combat strength of all the soldiers by 2 times. Even Jiang Bai and the others had a small breakthrough. If 1 or 2 people had a breakthrough, it would only have a small effect. But when 800,000 soldiers had a breakthrough at the same time, one could imagine how terrifying the effect would be. Who could imagine such a situation? When they were stacked together, it would also be an extremely terrifying effect. Among them, there are more than 20 generals of the primitive emperor realm. Jiang Bai said. The strongest one is the Plague Army General. This person is also the leader of the Plague Army, and the life snatchers under his command are all fierce. Jiang Bai said and then looked at Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. He wanted to see what the 2 of them thought about the current situation. What kind of bullshit names are these? Did you guys give it that name? Who knew that Li Zhongjiu would directly say such a sentence, as if he had grasped the main point of the word plague. Was such a name more frightening? No, they announced it themselves. Jiang Bai said. Although the fallen race were all half-beastmen, the higher their strength, the closer they were to humans. These fallen race even believed that they must replace the weak human race, and that they themselves were the true superior race. His strength was the strongest, and he had nothing to fear. All right, these people are definitely not well educated. Li Zhongjiu said. Other than the Plague General, there is also the Death General, who is stronger than the Plague General. Chu Yan said. Back then, these 2 people were defeated by my father. At this point, Chu Yanguan's mouth could not help but curl up into a proud smile. His father's achievements back then were also incomparably glorious. If it wasn't for the Great Yen Kingdom's full strength, how could the current situation be like this? The Beast God Temple was worried that the other countries had similar strength to the Great Yen Kingdom. If all of them were so fierce, the Beast God Temple wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, the Beast God Temple also needed time. To repair the teleportation formation, the subsequent battles gradually slowed down. Compared to the other countries, it was still an era of peace, but this was all in exchange for the lives of the experts of the Great Yen Kingdom. This battle is also for the heroic spirits of the Great Yen Kingdom. Jiang Bai and the others learned about the Great Yen Kingdom's achievements from Chu Yanguan. They also knew about the contributions made by the Great Yen Kingdom, and they were really impressed. In the beginning, the Beast God Temple had a troop called Tian Sha. These 2 people are only at the bottom of the Tian Sha. Chu Yanguan said. Tian Sha? Li Zhongjiu heard the name and guessed that it must have some background. The Tian Sha are all Supreme Being experts. Our Great Yen Kingdom was destroyed by the Tian Sha. Of course, the Tian Sha was also severely injured in that battle. Oh, that means the Tian Sha is their main strength. As long as we destroy the Tian Sha, we will also break their teeth. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. He exchanged a look with Qi Yanran. Obviously, he meant that when he had the time, he would directly destroy this thing called Tian Sha. If that was the case, there were indeed many experts in the Beast God Temple. The Dark Hall had two major organizations. Now, the Beast God Temple actually had a Tian Sha. Generally speaking, such an organization would also have seats for elders and deacons, and the number should be about half of the Tian Sha. If the strength of the Tian Sha was amplified by 5 times, it would be the strength of the Beast God Temple. A single Tian Sha was able to destroy the Great Yen Kingdom. If all the big countries had joined forces, they might not have lost. Li Zongjiu also shared his analysis. In fact, the human race did have the strength. But who knew that they would be involved in such a situation? It simply made people feel helpless, and even infuriated. These people were too disappointing. Hearing Li Zongjiu's analysis, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. These people, one day Jiangbai will wring their heads off. Jiangbai had a bad temper. He was simply angered to death by these people. The rest of the people felt the same. Destroying the Tian Sha was easy to say. The Great Yen Kingdom had hundreds of Supreme Being experts, but they could only severely injure the Tian Sha. From this, one could see the strength of the Tian Sha. It's coming, Qi Yanran said. There was a blue bird flying back quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Qi Yanran's shoulder. When Chu Yen saw Qi Yanran's bird, he was very curious. Where did this bird come from? And it seemed to be very smart. When Qi Yanran's voice faded away, the entire fallen city shook violently. Rumble! Even the walls were on the verge of shattering from the vibrations. Everyone could not help but clench the weapons in their hands, staring at the situation in front of them. Finally, a black mass appeared like a black tsunami. At a glance, it was boundless and endless. Countless giant beasts of the fallen race also appeared at this moment. The gluttony at the forefront. The destructive behemoth was pulling a destructive war chariot that weighed hundreds of tons. The bladed beasts were covered with sharp horns all over their bodies. With a slight touch, the city would be easily broken into 2 halves. In front of such a lineup, no one could resist at all. It was really too terrifying. Is this the plague army? Some of the soldiers on the city wall could clearly feel that there were mountains crushing down on them one after another. They were about to fall on them and crush them into pieces. Under such circumstances, they could not breathe at all. So scary. In comparison, the human race was simply too insignificant. They weren't even enough to be stepped on by the troops in front of them. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's eyes were slightly solemn. Because there were so many people in front of them, they did not know if it would work or not. They were also looking forward to the effect of this array. Attack! General Pestilence, who was hiding behind the army, stood on the head of a giant beast and looked down on the fallen city, which looked as fragile as a pile of tofu. Immediately, the Plague Army began to madly rush toward fallen city. As for Plague General and Death General, they were chatting freely at the back of the army. Have you heard? A few days ago, that idiot from the Assassination Palace, Xuemye from the Flying Scales Troop, returned to his own assassination palace and started to kill people crazily. Then, he self-detonated and killed their own manager. Plague General said, "There is such a thing? The content is very interesting." The Death General was a young man with a pale face. His face looked like it was covered with flour, but you couldn't dig out the flour. The Sky Fiend and the Dark Hall were the 2 major components of the Beast God Temple. Above the 2 major organizations were the Elders. Although Plague General and Death General were at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Sky Fiend, it was not a big deal to talk about something like Xuemye. Most importantly, this matter was too exciting. No one thought that these people could do such a thing. It was really amazing. How could this be? Are they being controlled by someone? It is possible. But I also heard that Xuemye and the others might have encountered an array master. That is why they are in such a situation. Array master? Aren't those things all dead? Death General said in surprise. Just as Death General's voice fell, there was a loud bang on the ground in front of them. It was as if a fireball had fallen from the sky. More than a dozen huge flaming birds appeared in the air. At the same time, they spat out extremely fierce flames. Moreover, the plague army's footsteps became extremely slow. Their movements were extremely slow, as if they had stepped into a deep quagmire. Chapter 1333. In just a few minutes, the plague army suffered heavy casualties. Before these half-beastmen could see what was going on, they were dragged to the ground as if they had been grabbed by a water ghost. They couldn't move at all. Then, a series of attacks fell from the sky. The terrifying flames instantly burned the half-beastmen to ashes. Boom! Boom! The power of the flames instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, the plague army was engulfed by the flames. The scene in front of them was indescribable. When Jiang Bai and the rest saw this scene from the top of the city wall, their hearts were filled with shock. Everywhere their eyes passed, flames would burn. Moreover, the power of the flames was quite strong. The half-beastman army was unable to resist for long before they were turned into ashes. There were at least 800,000 soldiers who rushed up, and these 800,000 soldiers were specially used to attack the city. At this moment, more than half of them were engulfed in the sea of flames. Array! The expressions of the Death General and the Plague General changed. Array formations were the most troublesome thing for them. When they fought with array masters in the past, they sent a large number of assassins to assassinate the array masters. Only then did they manage to kill more than half of the array masters, and the rest didn't dare to appear again. Now, such a powerful array had appeared. There must be an array master behind it. Interesting. 2nd Legion, charge. General Pestilence sneered. Although the formation was powerful, its power was limited. Moreover, there would always be loopholes in its operation speed. With so many soldiers rushing forward, they would be able to reach the city walls by stepping on the corpses in front of them. As long as they reached the city wall, they could kill their way into the city and destroy it. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Furthermore, this formation of yours isn't limitless. There will be a day when it will be exhausted, and there will also be a day when it will be broken. This was because they were rather clumsy when it came to this array formation, and they had no idea how to break it. More tremors came, and then the endless orc army rushed up again. Rumble! There was another series of tremors. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the orcs swarming over, they were shocked again. However, there was an array set up by Evil Lord. These orcs couldn't rush to the front. What a powerful array! When the 2nd Legion was about to be completely annihilated, they still couldn't even touch the wall. This time, General Pestilence was completely shocked. After all, at least 5 million soldiers were killed in these 2 legions. Just like that, they were sacrificed heroically. They didn't even have the time to touch the enemy's walls. Such a scene was quite terrifying in their eyes. Damn it! Send out all the Yuan King-level legions and kill them. I don't believe that we can't break these arrays. At this moment, in front of the fallen city, there were no other traces except for many deep pits. The orc soldiers in front of them were directly burned, and not even a trace of smell was left. It was very shocking that this array was so simple. If this array was careless, it would directly burn its own people to death. Wouldn't it be quite dangerous? However, at least these enemies were burned to death. They were suddenly excited. There were 4 city walls in the fallen city. The Plague General didn't care about them. He directly mobilized all the orc soldiers and attacked from all directions at the same time. Rumble! Originally, General Pestilence thought that Li Zongjiu and the others were only able to set up such a trap in this place. How could he have known that the entire fallen city was covered by this formation? Li Zhongjiu and the others' cultivation of array was not simple. At this moment it was quite brilliant and dazzling. The half-beastmen in front of him were burned to the point that they didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Because of the formation, the half-beastmen had no way to eat it. At the very most, the strength of the frontmost troops was considered to be quite good. However, these people were still annihilated before they could reach the city gate. If they were not mistaken, the troops that wanted to launch a surprise attack just now were all Yuan King-level cultivators. But who knew that he would lose his life in such a situation? Under the protection of these people, a figure finally touched the city wall of the fallen city with his finger. Then, he disappeared directly and was burned to ashes by the Nirvana Sky Fire Array. Seems like this array is quite effective. Li Zhongjiu also didn't expect this array to be so useful. Qi Yanran was also very happy. Being able to set up an effective array was a very exciting thing for her. At least it proved that Qi Yanran's inheritance was quite useful. In fact, the array had already shown its power when they were in Sui Shan City. However, Li Zhongjiu and the others didn't know that if it wasn't for the existence of this defensive array, the entire Sui Shan City would have been wiped out. "Let's go and capture those two guys. Let's go," Li Zhongjiu said. Since the city was fine, Li Zhongjiu decided to capture the other side's leader first. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had heard that this fellow was a Heaven Sha, so he wanted to know what a Heaven Sha was. Although these two people were at the bottom of the sky demons, they should more or less know some of the secrets of the sky demons. Okay. Then, Qi Yanran followed Li Zhongjiu and left the fallen city. Although Jiang Bai and the others were nervous, they were confident in Li Zhongjiu and Li Zhongjiu. At least, they should be able to put up a fight against the two of them. If they could not defeat them, they could escape and at least buy some time in this formation. After the other party lost nearly 3 million orcs, they completely gave up the attack. At this moment, even if they continued to attack, it might not be effective. Instead of sacrificing in vain, it was better to stabilize the situation first. Just when the Plague General and the Death General were discussing countermeasures, suddenly they saw two figures flying directly out of the fallen city. Moreover, the orcs below were very excited. They couldn't wait to rush into the sky and capture the two people. Immediately, the two people's eyes lit up. They were just discussing how to attack the city, but now there were two people rushing out and falling into the trap. Obviously, these people were indeed too confident. They thought that with a little array they could be invincible. They didn't even put the two people in their eyes. Usually, if this was the case, big trouble would happen. Haha, did you see that? These humans are often so arrogant. Two of them came, one for each of us. Don't kill them, I want to catch them and interrogate them. The Plague General said. Don't worry, none of them can escape. I'm still very confident in dealing with these two weak humans. The Death General smiled cruelly. When he laughed, the corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and a long white bone blade appeared in his hand. He leaped directly toward Qi Yanran to kill her. Little girl, I'll let you taste my treasured knife. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a cold light. Leave him to me, Qi Yanran said. Just beat them until they are disabled. I want to read their memories, Li Zhongjiu said. When the time came, he could combine the two people's memories to accurately find the information about the sky demons. Naturally, the more comprehensive the better. All right, Qi Yanran said. The desolate heaven essence in her hand suddenly surged out and wrapped around the Death General's body. The Death General's bone knife suddenly slashed at the desolate heaven essence. However, with a clang, the saber in his hand broke into two halves. What? The Death General had killed countless human experts, but he had never encountered such a situation. The knife in his hand had cut off the heads of countless human experts, but now it was broken. What's going on? The next moment, Qi Yanran grabbed the Death General and threw him to the ground. Pung! He smashed a big hole in the ground. Suddenly, the scene was filled with sand and stones. It was extremely heroic. The Plague General frowned because in his opinion, the Death General seemed to be playing a game with the other party. That was why he was in such a sorry state and did not treat the enemy seriously. He needed to be properly criticized. Die. The Plague General held a large steel fork in his hand. There was a poisonous snake coiling around the steel fork. The snake had a total of 3 heads, and the 3 heads immediately coiled around the sharp point of the steel fork. Swoosh! As the steel fork was waved, the poisonous snake bit at Li Zongjiu's neck. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The blazing sword aura directly cut off the head of the poisonous snake. Crash! What? Chapter 1334. The unparalleled sword instantly slashed towards the opponent. However, the Plague General was not weak either. He was probably a second-grade supreme martial artist. Although his strength was not bad, it was still not enough in front of Li Zongjiu. Clang! 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 The battle between the 4 experts instantly caused extremely terrifying fluctuations. The destruction caused by the battle was even more powerful than the formation just now. The Beastman army below was also in a state of confusion. You guys can fight if you want, but why do you have to slash at the square formation below from time to time? Don't go overboard, okay? Another large number of casualties, especially Li Zongjiu, in such a battle, also completely unleashed his nature. The unparalleled sword in his hand seemed to turn into a sea of fire when he waved it. As it spun around him, the sea of fire also surged instantly. It was enough to see such a situation. Rumble! Another army was almost completely wiped out by Li Zongjiu's sword aura. Seeing this scene, the Plague General could no longer hold back. You're courting death. Today, I'll definitely destroy you. These subordinates were trained by him, and more or less, they were existences that could help him establish his position. Therefore, in terms of numbers, he naturally could not lose too many of them. If he lost them directly, he would become a commander. At that time, wouldn't he become a general without an army? If he lost his power in the Beast God Temple, it would be a very terrifying thing. If he was careless, someone would directly devour him, the kind that wouldn't even spit out his bones. In order to protect his troops, the Pestilence General finally revealed his trump card. Transform! Boom! Suddenly, a large cloud of poisonous gas gushed out from the ground. In this huge cloud of poisonous gas, a fierce force could be seen constantly being released. Then, a 3-headed giant python that was about 30 meters in size appeared on the spot. So it's a snake. I was wondering why it was so weird. Li Zongjiu stood in the air. He was waiting for these people to transform. Before they transformed, these people's strength was simply not enough to be looked at. After they transformed, their strength increased by at least 5 grade. It was equivalent to a 7th grade supreme martial artist. Even the weakest of them are able to reach rank 7 utmost exalted, or even rank 8 utmost exalted. Li Zongjiu was shocked when he saw the aura released by the Plague General. It seemed that this sky fiend was very difficult to deal with. However, this also showed how terrifying the strength of the Great Yen Empire was. Otherwise, the people of the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain wouldn't be so afraid of it. These people might have secretly cooperated with the Beastmen. The other battlefield also shook violently. Then, a terrifying aura was released. It was also close to the aura of a 6th grade sovereign. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be a giant scorpion. A nest of snakes and scorpions. You people are already so ugly, yet you still want to grow so big. Li Zongjiu could not help but shake his head. Aren't you here to scare people? You're really too shameless. If it was someone with a lower mental state, they would probably vomit after seeing your attitude. You're about to die, yet you still talk so much nonsense. Give me your life. The Plague General roared and directly leaped toward Li Zongjiu. At the same time, a black poisonous light was brewing in his mouth, ready to be shot out at any time. When Jiangbai, Chu Yan, and the others on the city wall saw this, they were especially worried. Because once these people transformed, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Just now, when they were dealing with the situation before the transformation, they only had a slight advantage. Now that the other party had completely transformed, wouldn't they become even more terrifying? The answer was soon revealed. Li Zongjiu gently waved the unparalleled sword in his hand twice, and cut off the 2 heads of the poisonous snake. Only the middle head was left. Then, he landed on the ground. He cut off the tail with a sword. Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Plague General. He stabbed in and directly cut off the Plague General's spine. Bang! The few bones were directly cut off by Li Zongjiu. Obviously, he had transformed, but why was he still so weak? Even compared to his previous strength, it seemed that he was no match for Li Zongjiu. After transforming, he directly fell to the ground in just 5 seconds. After crushing a large number of half-beastman soldiers, the remaining half-beastman soldiers quickly retreated. Even their commander had been defeated. What was the point of fighting then? Run, the general is dead. Although the half-beastmen looked stupid and naive, they were actually very clever. Once they saw that the situation was bad, they would immediately start to run. When they ran, they didn't have any emotions at all. Even if the commander had fallen straight down in front of him, he would never reach out to help him up. It would be better for him to escape first. Otherwise, wouldn't it delay their escape? On the other side, the scorpion demon was directly thrown to the ground by Qi Yanran in less than 7 seconds. He even almost spat out his internal organs. The main thing was that when he fell to the ground, he was accidentally stung by his own tail. Fortunately, he had some resistance to poison. Otherwise, he would have died in an instant from that attack. Bang! The Death General was also directly put to the ground. When the people in the fallen city saw this scene, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. They looked at each other. They felt that the couple just now was acting in front of hundreds of thousands of people. They could have killed them directly, but now they wanted to let them show off first, and then kill them. It really felt a little murderous. This made the 2 generals of the fallen race suffer a great blow. They felt as if they were in a dream. While they were dreaming, they were put on a handcart and pulled into the fallen city. Then, all their limbs were cut off and tied up by dozens of chains. They were captured. When the Plague General opened his eyes, this was his first thought. But there was good news. That was, the Death General beside him was also captured. At least he had a companion. The half-orc army outside the city had long been defeated. Jiang Bai also opened the city gate and hunted down some of them. He also killed a lot. But at the same time, what they didn't expect was that because of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, none of the previous battle plans were used. The rest of the half-orc army also scattered and fled. Jiang Bai and the others also had work to do. There would always be some people with poor directions who would run into some blind alleys, waiting for Jiang Bai and the others to encircle and annihilate them. Anyone who escaped into the alleyway would not be able to escape. At least half of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers left the city. The remaining half also cleaned up the battlefield. 0 casualties. They defeated the fallen city's plague army. Such a glorious record made everyone feel incredible. Chapter 1335. Li Zongjiu directly used his mind power to extract the memories of the 2 of them. Then, he quickly read through them. Indeed, with the identities of these 2 people, he was able to come into contact with some more secretive things. Even from the memories of these 2 people, Li Zongjiu also knew that the destruction of the Great Yan Empire back then was due to the secret collusion of some people with the Great Yan Empire. That was why the Yan Kingdom was destroyed. It was truly a very heroic tragedy. Even when such a thing happened, it had already exposed the despicable nature of these people. Now, these people were clearly nurturing a tiger. In fact, it was no longer nurturing a tiger, but there was no way to contain it. The strength of the fallen race was something they had never expected. Therefore, now the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain were also looking for a way to seal these half-beastmen back. But how could there be such a good thing? More than half of the Beast God Temple's teleportation was already done. It was also because of the Beast God Temple that most of the experts were restrained, and the rest were unable to free themselves, which gave the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain a chance. Just like when the Beast God Temple was completely teleported over. The fall of the Holy Martial Realm was just a snap of the fingers. It was too easy for the other party to do this. However, these people were still like a bunch of idiots. They were still hiding under the protection of the Holy Mountain's formation, cultivating there and enjoying the fruits of their labor. They seemed to still be immersed in the excitement of destroying the Yen Kingdom. After all, they had been shrouded in the shadow of the Yen Kingdom for hundreds of years. Now that they had finally destroyed the Yen Kingdom, they naturally had to celebrate. 108 members of the Tian Sha group. Li Zhongjiu was also sorting out the most important information, which was also the information that Li Zhongjiu cared about. Just the heaven emanations alone had a total of 108 people. However, during the battle with the Great Yen Kingdom, they had lost 68 people. Now there were only 40 people left, and the top 10 of them were all still alive. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran killed 2 of them. There were still 38 people left. At this moment, the Tian Sha group had 38 members. There were 5 Tian Sha experts in the Absolute Saint realm. Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes, and there was a serious look in his eyes. 5 saints. This was the most deadly existence. Li Zhongjiu had experience fighting against absolute saints as well. He had fought against the heavenly demon tribe. That guy was equivalent to an absolute saint. Just the heavenly monster tribe was enough to make Li Zhongjiu flee to this place. As a result, Li Zhongjiu could imagine how terrifying it would be if 5 absolute saints were to descend upon him. Apart from them, there were also at least 6 people from the Dark Hall. 2 palace lords and 4 vice-palace lords must all be absolute saints. Just by casually adding it up, it was a total of 11. Let's not talk about those elders who were tinkering with the teleportation array. If the 11 of them were to join forces, even that person from the sacred mountain wouldn't be able to resist them. No wonder he had been hiding in the array and refused to come out. If he came out, any one of them would be found and killed in a matter of minutes. I can't take it anymore. If I don't break through to the Absolute Saint realm, I'll be finished. In Li Zhongjiu's heart, there was a sense of urgency. After this attack, the members of the Sky Demon tribe would definitely notice. If he couldn't break through to the Absolute Saint realm, he would definitely die the next time he faced an attack from the Sky Demon tribe. If he still had the Chaos Yuan Bell, he might be able to fight, but now, even if he had the unparalleled sword, at most, he could barely protect himself in the hands of an absolute saint. Looks like I have to prepare in advance, Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. Li Zhongjiu didn't have any means to deal with an absolute saint, so he had to prepare well. My body should be able to withstand the pill now. After Li Zhongjiu stripped the soul power of the 2 men, they died completely. It was just a broken body. Li Zhongjiu then told Qi Yanran about his discovery. Qi Yanran frowned as she listened. She didn't expect the strength of these people to be so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than she had imagined. With my current strength, I can fight against an absolute saint if I use my full strength. Qi Yanran said. You're already so powerful? Li Zhongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. I've mastered the Blue Bird platform recently, so I can exert more power. It shouldn't be a problem. But if 2 people come at once, I can't. Qi Yanran shook her head. If the enemy really did send 2 absolute saints over, it would be the end of the line for them. Looks like we have to let them retreat now. It'll be very dangerous if they continue to stay here. Li Zhongjiu said. Qi Yanran nodded. She understood what Li Zhongjiu meant. More than 80,000 soldiers might not be able to do much even if they stayed here. If Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu were defeated, none of them would be able to survive. Wait for the saint immortals of the sacred mountain to attack? That wasn't Li Zongjiu's style. They had to control their own lives, even if the road ahead was very difficult. They had to walk on their own and could not place their hopes on others. Li Zongjiu called Jiang Bai and the others to the front of the main hall. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were still happy. After all, this battle was indeed very satisfying. They had never seen such a victory before. It made them feel very amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior Evil Lord, what's wrong? Jiang Bai and the others looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's expressions. They didn't seem to be very relaxed. They also realized that something worse might happen. We cannot stay in this place for long. Today's battle has damaged their core. Soon, they will definitely dispatch even more powerful individuals. At that time, even Yanran and I may not be able to block them. Therefore, all of you need to leave this place. Lin Dong's eyes widened as he spoke. Li Zongjiu said, "Leave?" They had just won a battle and now they had to leave. It was too hard for them to react. However, if even Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran couldn't deal with them, how terrifying would they be? Obviously, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't want to have more casualties here. If an expert of that level were to appear, they would indeed be reduced to cannon fodder. In fact, they might even be inferior to cannon fodder. They would be killed before the expert could even see them. How could they be considered cannon fodder? Let's go back home after we eat, Li Zongjiu said. What about Senior Evil Lord? Aren't we leaving together? As long as we go to the sacred mountain, they won't dare to pursue us, Jiang Bai quickly said. Judging from Li Zongjiu's words, it seemed that they were going to stay here. Although we might not be able to defeat them, it doesn't mean that we can't. I'm the dignified Evil Lord. How could I run away without a fight? Don't worry. If Yanran and I want to leave, no one in the sacred martial realm can stop us. Speaking up to this point, Li Zongjiu was filled with pride. Chapter 1336. Indeed, for Li Zongjiu to say such words, he definitely had the ability to do so. With the combined strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they could defeat Li Zongjiu. Only if three saints joined forces would they be able to do so, and it was the kind of sneak attack. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have a way to escape. Since Li Zongjiu had made it sound so serious, and Jiang Bai also knew, Li Zongjiu and the others were worried about the lives of these ordinary soldiers, so they asked the soldiers to retreat first. After that, Jiang Bai and the others did not want to affect Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. After all, it would be very troublesome if they had to take so many people's lives into consideration. Therefore, Jiang Bai was very tactful and asked all the troops to retreat immediately. Although these soldiers did not understand why they did not immediately kill their way out when it was such a good opportunity. But military orders were unshakable. The soldiers of the 5 nations all retreated. But Jiang Bai and Chu Yingguan chose to stay. Jiang Bai wanted to repay Li Zongjiu for saving her life. After all, Jiang Bai had troubled Li Zongjiu a lot during this period of time. Jiang Bai couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu had helped her. At least under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu was willing to help, which was a great favor to Jiang Bai and the others. Someone needed to thank him for this favor. Jiang Bai needed to use his life to thank Li Zongjiu. To be able to save so many people, Jiang Bai could die without regret. Even if he returned to the city now, he might not be able to save the lives of the people in the city. Since he would die anyway, Jiang Bai naturally chose to stay by Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's side. Even if he could not participate in the battle, at least he could do something for the two of them. This was what Jiang Bai wanted. As for Chu Yingguan was already a dead man. To be able to live until now, and even tell the secret of the past, and let the world know that the Chu Yingguan's hometown, the contributions that the great Chu had made to the people, was already enough of a consolation. In this life, he could be considered to have no more worries. Moreover, Chu Yanguan was now regarded as Qi Yanran's nominal disciple, although he wasn't an official disciple yet. However, Chu Yanguan was determined to cultivate with Qi Yanran, live and die together. There were also some veterans who chose to stay behind. Most of them were personal guards. They had been protecting Chu Yan or Jiangbai for many years. He knew that the choice of these two people would definitely not be wrong. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran did not ask these people to stay. After all, they had already explained the situation clearly to these people. There was no need to continue the stalemate. If you don't want to leave, do I have to drag you away? Since these people chose to stay, Li Zongjiu also wrote a prescription and asked these people to go and collect these herbs. He also said that these herbs were also very important and must be found. Moreover, they had to be of sufficient age. These herbs were also relatively difficult to find. Li Zongjiu estimated that these people would need a lot of time to find them. However, what Li Zongjiu did not expect was that, in just 3 days, Jiang Bai brought a group of people and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu, covered in dust. Then, he presented all the medicinal ingredients to the table. It was Li Zongjiu's turn to be shocked. Could it be that the resources of the sacred martial realm were so abundant? It was no wonder that these people cultivated so quickly. It was normal for young masters to be the norm. In the Shengwu continent, a sky origin ancestor realm expert was basically an old man. For example, the old sect master of the Wushu alchemy sect had just entered the origin ancestor realm at an old age. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also quite surprised. With so many herbs, Li Zongjiu could start refining the elixir he needed. Although he felt that the time was not yet right, Li Zongjiu estimated that he could not wait any longer. He had to get this matter done. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu did not know what would happen when he faced the enemy. He could only take a gamble. This time, Li Zongjiu spent a total of 5 days refining this elixir. After the tempering of this life, Li Zongjiu's alchemy realm had improved again, so when he refined the elixir, it was more perfect than in his previous life. When this elixir was refined next year, it was also more powerful. Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. Li Zongjiu used the materials of the sacred martial realm to refine the upgraded version of the Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. It was even more powerful than the previous Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. In my previous life, it was precisely this elixir that completely changed my fate. In this life, I want to see if my fate can be changed. Li Zongjiu's heart was also full of hope for this upgraded Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. However, after consuming the elixir, Li Zongjiu was bound to enter a state of seclusion. Even the timing of this seclusion was uncertain. Before going into seclusion, he also reminded Qi Yanran that if the enemy came, she must wake him up. If she could not defeat the enemy, she could leave first. Moreover, above the fallen city, more than a dozen formations were continuously arranged. Anyway, the number of upper-grade primordial stones in their hands was almost endless. At least, if they did not need to fight, it would be very difficult to consume so many primordial stones. Even if they were used to waste, it would be enough to continue for hundreds of years. In the end, Li Zongjiu handed the unparalleled sword to Qi Yanran. With Huo Wushuang's strength and the unparalleled sword, she should be able to hold on for a period of time. Qi Yanran was also extremely solemn. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and she could not be careless. However, she also had to remind Li Zongjiu to cultivate in peace. Even Shaolan has a skill that can teleport hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. I still have the ability to escape, Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjiu nodded and then came to a cave in the mountain. He removed all the things around him. Under such circumstances, he could cultivate without any distractions. As he circulated his yuan power, he adjusted his body to the peak state. Then, Li Zongjiu swallowed the Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. After consuming the elixir, there was no earth-shattering aura, but there was an earth-shattering change in Li Zhongzhou's body. Boom! Immediately, in Li Zhongzhou's body, three powerful and chaotic forces began to merge with each other. Chapter 1337. Li Zhongzhou had already experienced the effects of the pill, so he didn't panic at all when he saw the fusion of his auntie's power. First, he waited quietly for the power to fuse with his own consciousness and state. At the critical moment, Li Zhongzhou had to make a move himself. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't relax at all during the process, because the fusion process was very mysterious. The slightest carelessness could lead to irreversible changes. Just as Li Zhongzhou was about to fuse with his original soul, Qi Yanran also took out her Blue Bird platform. Every day, she cultivated in the city with the Blue Bird platform. The human race's sacred mountain had long known about the great battle here. They also knew that Li Zhongzhou and the others had killed the enemy's Plague General and Death General, who were both members of the Sky Demons. Although the Sky Shah had suffered heavy losses during the final battle of the Great Yen Kingdom, their remaining strength could still easily destroy the entire sacred martial realm. The Beast God Temple's true strength was more terrifying than they'd imagined. Therefore, the top experts of the Sacred Mountain were all trying their best to find a way to break through to a higher level, as long as one of them could obtain power that surpassed the Absolute Saint Realm. Then, they could completely destroy the Beast God Temple. What a pity! If those two had joined the Sacred Mountain and acted according to the plan, things wouldn't have turned out so badly. There are always people who think they're saviors who can save the world, but in the end, they make a mess and need us old men to clean up the mess. The sacred immortals of the Sacred Mountain had gathered together to discuss. They'd thought that those two had some potential, and if they'd been recruited, they might have had a chance to break through. But now, it seemed that those two were going to die without a doubt. They'd killed the Sky Demons. The Sky Demons would definitely make a move. These people were the foundation of the fallen race, and they wouldn't allow any harm to come to them. Moreover, the death of the Sky Demons members was already a huge blow. The Beast God Temple would definitely investigate this matter. However, we don't have much time left. According to the current speed, their Tower of Inheritance will be completely teleported over in about 100 years. The Absolute Saints were also discussing matters together, but they didn't care about the deaths of Li Zhongzhou and the others at all. Instead, they talked about the sacred sovereign ruins. Of course, only a few of them knew about this. No one else would know where the ultimate mystery lay. Within Fallen City, Jiang Bai, Chu Yen, Guan Guan, and the others were also doing their best to cultivate. Although this kind of cultivation was not useful at all, but it was still better than doing nothing. Several days later, Qi Yanran, who was cultivating, suddenly looked up at the sky. It was as if a blood cloud was coming from afar. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and stared at the void above. The Blue Bird Dao platform he was sitting on was rapidly gathering power. Boom! A blood-red cloud directly attacked the fluctuation below. However, it was blocked by the defensive array above the city. Jiang Bai and the others were awakened by this wave of energy. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. It's coming! As they stared at the blood cloud in the sky, the two of them were clearly quite shocked in their hearts. With such a strong fluctuation, the entire city would have been destroyed under the first wave of probing attacks if there hadn't been a defensive formation. The two of them would have died before they could react. At this moment, looking at the vast blood cloud in front of them, the two of them were naturally shocked. Interesting. No wonder you could kill pestilence and death. A voice came from the blood cloud. It seemed to be affirming, but it also seemed to be mocking. Then, hundreds of thousands of rays of energy were suddenly released from the blood cloud and were rapidly falling down. Boom! 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 Every streak of crimson-red energy contained extremely terrifying waves of energy. As the fluctuations were released, the array above Fallen City was also activated. Boom! Boom! Fortunately, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Array was quite powerful. Under the superposition of each other, There was no damage and it resisted the opponent's attack. However, no one knew how long the dense rain-like bombardment would last. On the contrary, the power of the array was rapidly depleting. Under the protection of the array, Fallen City seemed to have become a whole and was rapidly falling. It was directly blasted into the ground. Qi Yanran frowned slightly. The opponent's attack was extremely powerful. They didn't even show their real bodies, so Qi Yanran couldn't figure out how many people there were. However, the person controlling the blood cloud at this moment must be an expert of the absolute saint realm. Illusion. Qi Yanran called softly. The blue bird platform she was sitting on immediately rumbled. Under a ray of light, it turned into a pair of blue wings and appeared behind Qi Yanran. As the wings flapped, Qi Yanran rushed into the sky with her. Boom! After all, there were still people in the city. If the array was broken, these people would definitely die. It was better to save as many people as possible. Moreover, the array would only last a few days. In this case, it was better to take the initiative. When Qi Yanran turned the power of the blue bird platform into wings, there was a slight change in the blood cloud in the sky. It seemed that a terrifying fist force had suddenly emerged from the blood cloud, bringing with it a bloody aura that filled the sky and fell directly. Boom! The blue light behind Qi Yanran shone brightly. She rushed up and directly destroyed the bloody light. At the same time, the desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into a surging force and swept directly into the sky. Boom! The desolate heaven essence was like a long whip that shook the mountain. In an instant, the vast blood cloud was directly scattered by the desolate heaven essence. Immediately, countless bloody forces spread out in all directions. The blood cloud dispersed. A figure in a red robe appeared between the sky and the earth. Although it was just a figure, however, it felt like an extremely terrifying heavenly pillar had completely sealed off the entire city. A mighty aura spread out directly. Similarly, opposite him, Qi Yanran's aura was no weaker than the other parties. I am Tiansha Shuiyi. Chapter 1338. Tiansha Shuiyi. When he heard this person's name, Chu Yengguan, who was in the city, trembled slightly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shuiyi. Back then, there was an expert named Shuiyi among the Tiansha experts. It was Shuiyi who led his men to attack the city and broke the defense set up by the Emperor of the Great Yen. He was extremely powerful. In the end, he fought with the Emperor of the Great Yen for 7 days and 7 nights. But in the end, the Emperor of the Great Yen also fell in his hands. With the fall of the Great Yen Emperor, the defense line of the Great Yen Kingdom had also collapsed, and the speed of its decline was rather fast, which was completely unexpected. And the Shuiyi in front of him was Chu Yengguan's enemy. But the other party's strength was too strong. In front of Shuiyi, Chu Yengguan was just as weak as an ant. Originally, Chu Yengguan also thought that revenge was hopeless. But this time, he was able to see his enemy again, which was also a blessing for him. At least, there was still a chance. Chu Yengguan held a jade pendant in his hand. This was a technique that his father had sealed in the jade pendant with extremely strong power when he had predicted the ominous consequences that would befall him. Chu Yengguan knew the price of this jade pendant, so he had never used it in any dangerous situation. Until now, Chu Yengguan took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the other party. As long as there was a chance, he would use the power of this jade pendant to completely kill the enemy. Kill his enemy with his own hands. Shuiyi's indifferent eyes swept across the fallen city below, and then he withdrew them. The only person who was a little threatening was in front of him. As for the people below, they were basically no threat at all. In his eyes, they were not even as weak as ants. So, he directly focused his attention on Qi Yanran in front of him. This was because he felt a trace of threat from Qi Yanran. Among the 7 old guys, whose disciple are you? A trace of pride flashed in Shuiyi's eyes, but he was quite surprised that Qi Yanran had such a high cultivation. Therefore, Shui Yi himself also looked at Qi Yanran with a condescending attitude. If Qi Yanran was a disciple of one of the holy immortals on the holy mountain, he was only 1 generation younger than him. "I'm your great-aunt." Qi Yanran had been with Li Zongjiu for a long time, and sometimes she had learned bad things. "But a nephew like you is too disgusting. I've decided to get rid of you personally." After saying that, Qi Yanran shook her head in disappointment. She seemed to be extremely pained by Blood Night. Shui Yi himself was stunned. He was one of the Blood Fiend 5 saints. But now, he was actually taken advantage of by a teenage girl. The high-level fallen race already looked exactly the same as humans, but the blood flowing in their bodies was different. It was this point that completely separated the two races. They had the same appearance, but different inside. Moreover, both sides were extremely powerful and intelligent, so this was very normal. In the end, only one side would survive. "You're courting death." Shui Yi waved his hand and turned a piece of dark cloud into a blood cloud out of thin air. It fell directly toward Qi Yanran in front of him. The moment the blood cloud fell, it transformed into an extremely terrifying scene. It seemed as if there were tens of millions of blood beasts running in the blood cloud. The powerful aura they brought rushed directly toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran did not dare to be careless. Shui Yi was a true absolute saint expert. In terms of strength, he was even more powerful than the heavenly monster tribe. A casual move from him was enough to make her go all out. The wings on her back shook. Suddenly, a terrifying green light burst out from her body. The green light seemed to turn into a terrifying light sword. It directly collided with the blood cloud formed by Shui Ye's blood beast's army with a boom. Boom! Immediately, the terrifying blood cloud was split into two by the green light. At this very moment, all of the blood beast's power had been completely destroyed. Shui Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, there were not many people who could break his move in one move. However, this was not the end. Qi Yanran also knew that her strength was not Shui Ye's match. If she were to be entangled for a long time, it would be disadvantageous for her. Therefore, Qi Yanran directly used her killer move. Under the green light, another 3 rays of light broke through the air. It seemed to have shattered the space in front of it and was directly transmitted to Shui Yi. Insignificant skill. Shui Yi sneered when he saw this. However, in the next moment there was a boom. Suddenly, 3 holes appeared on Shui Ye's body. Even Shui Ye's extremely exquisite cloak had 3 holes in it. Qi Yanran clapped her hands and the desolate heaven essence immediately turned into a rope and trapped Shui Yi. At the same time, Qi Yanran increased the output of the light beam and injected her yuan power into it. Boom! This power instantly burned Shui Ye's body. Shui Yi immediately roared to the sky. Below in Fallen City, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were dumbfounded. Could it be that Senior Qi Yanran was going to win? She won so easily? Not to mention whether she would win or not, just the appearance of this move had almost exhausted Qi Yanran's strength. Moreover, this move was Qi Yanran's most powerful move. It could be said that she had used all her strength. It was not as simple as it looked. Shui Yi did not expect Qi Yanran to directly use her killer move. At the same time, Shui Yi himself had not fought for a long time. Since there was a chance now, he would like to exchange a few moves with Qi Yanran. He wanted to see how strong Qi Yanran was and play with the person in front of him. Is that all? You seem to have reached the peak. The corners of Shui Ye's mouth curled into a sneer. He swung his hand fiercely. With a loud bang, the 3 light beams in front of him were directly shattered. What? Qi Yanran's 5-colored divine light was broken by her opponent. At the same time, the injuries on Shui Ye's body rapidly recovered. While recovering, Shui Yi directly stretched out his hand toward Qi Yanran. Boom! A terrifying bloody hand slapped toward Qi Yanran. This move almost sealed all of Qi Yanran's escape routes. There was no way for her to escape. Boom! Qi Yanran's wings blocked in front of her body. With one move, her body retreated rapidly. Chapter 1339. Shui Ye's attack directly pushed Qi Yanran back, and her body smashed into the city. Boom! A huge pit appeared under Qi Yanran's body. Although Shui Ye's attack was powerful, it did not hurt Qi Yanran. After all, the power of the green bird platform was beyond imagination. It was also a treasure of the demon clan. Shui Yi had also discovered the strength of the Azure Bird Dao platform, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Girl, your strength is average, but you have a lot of treasures in your hands." Even the power of the five-colored divine light released by Qi Yanran left a deep impression on Shui Yi. If his strength was slightly weaker just now, he would have been crippled. Even if his defense could not block it, if it were any other person from the sky demons, they might not be able to block it, so it was still quite dangerous. Qi Yanran's strength was not strong, but she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. This made Shui Yi rather displeased. How could a human girl like her own such a powerful Dharma treasure? As for the Fallen Clan, they were already top-notch powerhouses, but they had very few treasures in their hands. Of course, there were some, but because there were so few of them, they could not have them. They did not even get their hands on them, but all of them fell into the hands of the elders. If they wanted some top treasures, they had to do it themselves. Without any hesitation, Shui Yi immediately leaped down. He directly rushed down to the fallen city below. Boom! In the sky above the fallen city, the power of a terrifying array suddenly filled the air. Shui Yi, who swooped down, was actually sent flying. Shui Ye's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise as he flew backwards. How could this be? Shui Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had tested the array just now, and its power could at most block 30% of his power. But just now, he used 50% of his power, and he was still sent flying. There's someone else? There was someone who could hide under his nose. This caused Shui Ye's eyes to be rather surprised. Immediately, he quickly searched, wanting to find the location of this figure. Beside Qi Yanran, a light sword with an incomparably sharp aura emerged. At this moment, it was also emitting an extremely intense sharpness in all directions. In fact, it was even heading straight for the sky. A figure gradually appeared on the sword. At this moment, it was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw this figure appear, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were also quite shocked. This was because the figure that appeared was also a peerless beauty. Her appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Compared with Qi Yanran, she had another level of beauty. She was even more beautiful with a kind of sharpness, which made people not dare to look directly at her and not dare to approach her. Most importantly, they had never seen this person before. This is, Jiang Bai and the others were also very surprised. The strength of the person in front of them was enough to shock both of them. Such an expert was actually able to hide beside the two of them, and they didn't even have the slightest clue before. It was truly amazing. Qi Yanran knew very well that she was no match for him. If she continued to fight, it might not be beneficial to her. Therefore, while she still had some strength, she directly joined forces with Hu Wushuang to see if they could force him back. Hu Wushuang's figure emerged. Immediately, an earth-shattering flame spread across the sky above Fallen City. Rumble! Hu Wushuang also made a series of hand seals, immediately operating a terrifying array on the spot. Then, he activated the array formation under his seat. There were more than 10 heavenly fire nirvana arrays. At this moment, all of them had merged into a large array. Although Hu Wushuang's array cultivation had not reached the 10th level, in fact, his own cultivation was infinitely close to the 10th level. He was only missing the last bit of opportunity. If he could sense this powerful formation and comprehend it, he would be able to figure out the last barrier. Then, breaking through would be a matter of course. At this moment, there were more than 10 hell lotuses blooming in the sky above the fallen city. The momentum was so great that it directly forced Shui Yi to take 2 steps back. Under this light there was also a considerable amount of shock. A divine array master! Shui Yi exclaimed. Shui Yi had also experienced the terror of an array master. The strength of these array masters simply made the people of the fallen clan want to kill them as soon as possible. At the same time, they also thought that they must get rid of these array masters, which was why they targeted the array master's assassination. The Beast God Temple's assassination hall also became famous because of this. The bloodshed of that year had basically wiped out the roots of array masters. At most, only a few of them were left. However, it would still take a long time for them to cultivate to become a top array master. At least, it was not the time for them to do so now. Why did such a powerful array master appear in front of him? Shui Ye's heart was a little nervous, but if he could kill a divine array master, the credit he could obtain would naturally be considerable. Shui Yi still wanted to make a contribution and go one step further. If he could become an elder, there would be more opportunities for Shui Yi to improve his own strength. Today is a good opportunity for me, Shui Yi, to make a contribution. Immediately, Shui Yi let out a low growl. With a shake of his body, he charged downwards. This time, his body quickly condensed into a bloody cloud that overflowed the sky. Blood cloud tornado. It was as if there was a blood-red tornado revolving around him, maintaining such a terrifying power. Huo Wuxuang gently raised his hand, and the dozens of hell lotuses in front of him instantly spewed out a pillar of flame from the center of the flower. Boom! Boom! The pillar of flame directly converged with the blood cloud in midair. It was originally a defensive array, but in Huo Wuxuang's hands, it directly became an offensive array. Moreover, this offensive array was also quite powerful. Its power was really terrifying. Even Qi Yanran did not expect that when the array's power was activated, it would have such a terrifying offensive power. What a strong power! Even Qi Yanran herself did not know that the array's power was so strong. At this moment, the blood cloud around Shui Yi was also severely damaged. Shui Yi, who had exposed himself, was instantly hit by several hell lotuses' flames. Immediately, Shui Yi was blasted away. Moreover, under such power, Shui Yi was also severely injured by the flames. The flames blasted Shui Yi away, at least a few thousand miles away. At this moment, half of Shui Yi's body was almost destroyed by the flames. It looked extremely terrifying. I don't believe it. Today, your life as an array master will fall into my hands. Transform. Royal Bloodwing Bat. Chapter 1340. Immediately, Shui Ye's figure grew bigger. A pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from his back. After appearing, the aura around Shui Ye's body became extremely terrifying. Facing Shui Ye's soaring aura, a light flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. However, Huo Wuxuang didn't seem to feel any fear. His hands continued to form seals to control the array in front of him. Then, the great array behind him began to condense. The dozens of Hell's lotus flowers also condensed into an even larger Hell's lotus flower. Boom! Shui Yi didn't say anything else. He directly flew down with the power of the blood bat. As he flew, the space around him trembled violently. It seemed like it would shatter in the next second. A terrifying pressure descended. Even though they were separated by a large array, they could still clearly feel the opponent's power. It seemed like it was brewing above their heads. Qi Yanran secretly clenched her fists. If Huo Wuxuang couldn't block it, then they could only fight to the death. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Huo Wuxuang's means were beyond imagination. He was a true array master. After Huo Wuxuang condensed such power, the fire lotus around him directly collided with the power of the blood bat in front of him with a boom. Boom! The domineering power was like layers upon layers of waves, rapidly sweeping out into the distance. Huo Wuxuang was expressionless. A huge wave of flames spread out in the sky. One could see that Shui Ye's figure was forced to retreat. Then, Huo Wuxuang immediately flipped his wrist and released the unparalleled sword. It violently swept forward. Boom! The unparalleled sword seemed to contain a shocking slash. It directly slashed the sky in front of him into two halves. Shui Yi let out a low growl. He was actually forced to retreat by the opponent's move. He flew through the air and spurted out a stream of blood. Obviously, he was severely injured by the sword. Shui Yi's figure instantly flew back a few hundred miles. He directly shifted in the sky. Obviously, the power of the sword was quite strong. It was unbearable for Shui Yi. He was severely injured. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but then her eyes revealed a strange light. In the blink of an eye, his expression became solemn. After Huo Wushuang used this move, his body seemed to be unable to support it anymore. Immediately, the unparalleled sword fell from the sky, bringing Huo Wushuang to the ground with a swoosh. It landed right in front of Qi Yanran. Clearly, Huo Wushuang's strength had been completely exhausted at this moment, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. It was even difficult for him to leave the unparalleled sword. Qi Yanran held the unparalleled sword in her hand. A light flashed in his eyes. Next, it was time to truly go all out. Shui Yi was indeed frightened by the sword just now. The sword had almost pierced through his cultivation core. Fortunately, the sword had missed by a bit. That was why he didn't directly shatter his core. Otherwise, Shui Yi really wouldn't be able to hold on. He had never thought that the battle he had fought would be so arduous. Even Shui Yi himself was quite surprised. However, Shui Yi soon discovered something. The other party had actually disappeared. The fierce woman just now had actually disappeared. Could it be some kind of insidious trick? Shui Yi thought to himself. After all, the human clan was full of tricks, and the other party was a powerful array master. Therefore, it would be troublesome if some top existence used some kind of trick to trick him. Therefore, Shui Yi was very cautious. However, after Shui Yi observed for a while, he realized that there was indeed nothing wrong with the person in front of him. The fallen city below seemed to have used up all the energy of the array. Immediately, a light flashed in Shui Yi's eyes. Good timing! At this moment, Shui Yi mustered up his courage and descended. As expected, when he got close to the fallen city, there was no longer any obstruction from the array. All the energy just now was wasted in an instant with this move. Haha, I almost died here. Shui Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. In the face of the current situation, Shui Yi still didn't let down his guard. He observed the situation around him at all times. But obviously, after his transformation, Qi Yanran was no longer his opponent. However, he still had to be careful of Huo Wushuang, who had attacked him ruthlessly just now. I thought it was strange. That guy is just a sword spirit, Shui Yi said slowly. Now, after a slight reaction, he immediately realized that it was no wonder that he didn't find Huo Wushuang's figure before. Now, he couldn't sense any trace of Huo Wushuang. He immediately understood what was going on. You will die here today. Qi Yanran didn't say much nonsense and said indifferently. Her murderous aura was released directly. This made Shui Yi slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face turned cold again. Haha, okay, I'll give it a try. Shui Yi immediately waved his hand. The blood bat wings on his back pulled out dozens of blood blades and suddenly swept forward. Boom! The blood blades exploded on the spot. Qi Yanran immediately resisted this move. Boom! Boom! The blood blades hit the unparalleled sword in Qi Yanran's hand. She instantly retreated with the unparalleled sword. Pung! He slammed into a wall, shattering the entire wall. Puff! Qi Yanran spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the unparalleled sword in her hands was sucked by a huge force and flew towards her opponent's hand. Oh no! Qi Yanran released the desolate heaven essence and instantly bound the unparalleled sword. However, Shui Yi's strength had far exceeded Qi Yanran's. Even the desolate heaven essence in his hand only lasted for a few seconds before flying out. Whoosh! The unparalleled sword fell towards Shui Yi. However, just as Shui Yi was about to grab the unparalleled sword, suddenly, a powerful force was released from the side. Boom! The unparalleled sword was easily caught by a hand. When Shui Yi looked over, he was immediately furious. The one who made the move was a young man. What's that? Shui Yi's eyes emitted a cold light. Why was there another person? However, when Qi Yanran saw the young figure, her eyes widened instantly and her face was filled with ecstasy. Zhongjiu. Chapter 1341. Qi Yanran's face suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. His originally dim eyes once again released a luster at this moment. When he saw Li Zhongjiu appear, the uneasiness in his heart was finally able to settle down. As long as she could be with Li Zhongjiu, even if she had to die, Qi Yanran had nothing to be afraid of. Its senior Li Zhongjiu, Jiang Bai and the others were also overjoyed. For a long time, it was not clear who was stronger between Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu. But no matter what, after Li Zhongjiu appeared and joined forces with Qi Yanran, they would definitely be able to force the opponent away. This situation was obviously a turning point in the battle. You deserve to die. Li Zhongjiu held the matchless sword and looked indifferently at Shui Yi in front of him. However, when Shui Yi saw Li Zhongjiu in front of him, he did not pay attention to Li Zhongjiu at first, but he was also a little puzzled in his heart. Where did this Li Zhongjiu come from? Just now, he had clearly searched for a while and did not find any other figures or other threats. Why were there always one after another? To him, there was simply something wrong. Could it be that his bat sensed something wrong? Otherwise, why would people keep popping out? Or Li Zhongjiu, who was in front of him, was not a real person at all? It can't be another artifact spirit, right? What kind of nonsense is this? Shui Yi was already a little annoyed. These people who popped out were simply causing trouble for him. And Shui Yi did not like things to become so troublesome, so he wanted to kill them first. Immediately, Shui Yi waved his hand. A terrifying blood blade was thrown directly at Li Zhongjiu. Bang! Before this blood blade could get close to Li Zhongjiu, it was shattered by a powerful force. It was the fluctuation of Yuan power around Li Zhongjiu. One could even faintly see a few shadows of coiling dragons appearing behind Li Zhongjiu, forming a protective state that prevented the opponent's move from approaching. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, a slight trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This. Could it be? Immediately, Qi Yanran's face revealed a shocked expression. Li Zhongjiu. He actually broke through. Interesting. When Shui Yi saw that Li Zhongjiu was actually able to block his move with just his own fluctuations, a cold glint appeared on his face. Looking down on me? Boom. The wings on his back flapped and suddenly, a blood-red wing shadow whizzed forward. Boom! The terrifying power directly swept towards Li Zhongjiu. This move easily destroyed the houses along the way. Rumble! Li Zhongjiu grabbed the unparalleled sword with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. Boom! A ray of sword chi instantly cut off the blood wings. After that, the sword chi shot back along the way. Boom! Shui Yi's body soared into the sky. He avoided being struck by the sword, but the power of this sword was indeed quite powerful. Even Shui Yi had no choice but to retreat and take the initiative to avoid it. How is this possible? You're also an absolute saint? Shui Yi had never thought that there would be such a young absolute saint expert. One must know that the current sacred immortals of the sacred mountain were all old bones, and they were basically old bones without any gut. There was no need to be afraid of such old bones. He understood that these people were cowardly and wanted to enjoy their old age, but he had never seen such a young absolute saint expert like Li Zhongjiu. Buddha's palm. Shui Yi suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from above his head, making him feel as if his body was about to collapse. He looked up and saw a black pagoda falling from the sky, smashing down on his head. This made Shui Yi want to dodge as well. However, the pagoda seemed to be locked onto him. Even with his strength, he couldn't dodge it, so he could only take it head-on. Boom! Shui Yi used all the strength in his body to push out his origin energy, and only then did he manage to shatter the pagoda. As soon as he shattered the pagoda, he saw another golden palm coming down. Mountain-toppling golden seal. Boom! With another slap, Shui Yi was sent flying to the ground. 2. Like a cannonball, he crashed into a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. Then, the mountain collapsed with a loud bang. It was directly destroyed by Shui Yi's tyrannical body. Clearly, Shui Yi himself had suffered a great loss from this move. In front of Li Zongjiu, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After breaking through, Li Zongjiu was invincible. Triple Dragon Sword. Li Zongjiu operated his Yuan Li and integrated the power of the 3 original spirits into the unparalleled sword. Then, it exploded. Boom! As the sword aura moved, it turned into 3 ferocious dragons. Instantly, the mountain in front of him that had already been shattered was turned into powder again. One of the silhouettes was sent flying again. He was sent flying by the 3 dragons for a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters. Along the way, he crashed through the mountain peaks, creating a tunnel. Some of the smaller mountain peaks were also blasted into smithereens. Bang! Finally, Shui Yi's figure lay on the ground. Blood was gushing out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but before he could do so, he saw a figure appear in front of him. You? Who are you? Shui Yi couldn't believe it. He was defeated by a human. Terrifying. Most importantly, he was easily defeated by Li Zongjiu, as if he was a noob. Looking at the young man in front of him, the indifference in his eyes pierced deep into his soul. It was as if his soul was going to be drawn out. Li Zongjiu reached out and grabbed Shui Yi. With a flash, he returned to Fallen City. He looked at Shui Yi's pair of wings. Without hesitation, Li Zongjiu slashed down with his sword and cut off Shui Yi's wings. Ah! This pair of wings wasn't condensed from energy, but a part of Shui Yi's body. However, it was easily cut off by Li Zongjiu. I'll leave it to you. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran had been injured by this guy, so Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't kill him. That would be letting him off too easily. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand gathered in her palm. Finally, the desolate heaven essence turned into countless water droplets. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Qi Yanran struck out with her palm. The desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into countless sharp fragments and pierced through Shui Yi's body. Chapter 1342. Shui Yi was severely injured by this blow. Originally, Shui Yi had already been severely injured by Li Zongjiu's attack. Therefore, Shui Yi didn't last long under Qi Yanran's attack. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation, he would have at least a breath of life. If he was in the Supreme Being realm, he would have died a long time ago. Qi Yanran didn't torture this guy too much. After all, Shui Yi didn't gain much from the beginning and was even at a disadvantage. In the end, it was also because Huo Wushuang had retreated that this guy became arrogant. What are you going to do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. This was a Supreme Saint powerhouse. No matter what he was used for, he would be very useful. If he was used well, the effect that could be exerted would be unimaginable. Let's see what's in his head. Torture was of no use to these people. It would only be effective if one personally took action and seized the other party's soul. Of course, this also required a strong mind power. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu happened to have such strong mind power. You. What are you trying to do? Shui Yi stared coldly at Li Zongjiu. Although Shui Yi was at a disadvantage now, he believed that these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Do you know the price of killing me? Shui Yi said coldly. The Tian Sha of the Beast God Temple would never allow such a huge loss. If Shui Yi died, at least tens of millions of humans would have to die in order to make up for this loss. It was precisely because of such a painful price that these people were afraid to act rashly and did not dare to act rashly. But Li Zongjiu couldn't care less. He pressed his hand on Shui Ye's head and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I've just comprehended a skill recently. You can feel it in advance. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu's eyes began to move gently, as if there was a soul swimming in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Li Zongjiu was born with the evil soul eye before, but it was different now. In the past, when he used the evil soul eye, it often consumed a lot of mind power. It was because of this skill that Li Zongjiu was able to save his life many times. After this breakthrough, Li Zongjiu's mind power suddenly skyrocketed. It turned out that Li Zongjiu also had a very special constitution. Once one's physique was activated, the benefits one could obtain were innumerable. Now Li Zongjiu had directly grasped some powerful and terrifying skills. Otherwise, even if he had just broken through to the absolute saint realm, he wouldn't be Shui Ye's match. Moreover, Shui Ye's strength was already relatively strong. After all, he had broken through to the absolute saint realm a few hundred years ago. As for what Li Zongjiu's constitution was called, Li Zongjiu didn't know. However, the evil soul eye's existence was due to Li Zongjiu's extremely powerful mental strength. This mind power was so strong that Li Zongjiu could directly compete with experts of the absolute saint realm who were third grade and above. How strong was a third-grade absolute saint realm? Li Zongjiu didn't know. However, even if there were 10 of Shui Ye's strength, they could easily defeat him. There was no problem at all. How dare you? Shui Yi roared. However, such a harmless threat was completely ignored by Li Zongjiu. He pressed his hand on Shui Ye's head and activated his mind power, directly extracting Shui Ye's soul power from his body. Boom! Shui Ye's body immediately stiffened on the spot and didn't move. However, he was still alive and didn't die immediately. Shui Yi felt that his mind power seemed to have come to a space of nothingness. In this space there was the chaotic qi. The chaotic qi was a very terrifying place. It could be said that the fallen clan had escaped from the chaotic qi with great difficulty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to move the Beast God Temple to the sacred martial realm. Because it was too painful to live in the chaotic qi, the fallen clan wanted to find a more comfortable place. In the end, they found the sacred martial realm. Now, when he sensed the chaotic qi again, fear instantly penetrated Shui Ye's mind power. As for the information that Li Zongjiu wanted, he didn't even need Shui Yi to speak. Li Zongjiu could find the answer from Shui Yi. However, Shui Ye's appearance in Li Zongjiu's spiritual hell was only that of a bat. Li Zongjiu used the spiritual chains to imprison Shui Yi in the spiritual hell. At the same time, he also learned about this Tiansha. Among them, the strongest was only a third-grade saint, which was equivalent to a third-grade absolute saint. After understanding this, Li Zongjiu naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He returned to the fallen city. First, he healed Qi Yanran's injuries. This battle was also very difficult. Fortunately, Qi Yanran was there to support the DNA. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? From what he understood from Shui Ye's mind power, Shui Yi came out of seclusion this time to find Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu and kill them both. He wanted to kill tens of millions of people to obtain enough blood qi to go back and refine a group of stronger fallen clan warriors. He wanted to use them to kill more people and obtain blood qi to enhance the strength of the Beast God Temple. Although this kind of mission seemed to be insignificant, since they had already come out, it was not a big deal to complete it. The most important thing was that these people of the fallen race had such violent elements in them. Even if they had nothing to do, they had to create some trouble. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu stopped them. Now, he was also suffering in the spiritual hell. Your body constitution is also strange. When Li Zongjiu healed Qi Yanran, he also discovered that Qi Yanran's body constitution was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Li Zongjiu's. However, it was still in a state of waiting to be activated, and had not really erupted. Previously, the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace also told me what my body constitution was, but I didn't remember it. After all, even if I remembered it, I wouldn't know. At that time, I just wanted to get out of here early and see you early. When Qi Yanran said this, she actually became shy. This time, the injury actually allowed Qi Yanran's cultivation to progress further. The greater the setback, the greater Qi Yanran's gain. She even felt this gain involuntarily. Even if you don't want it, you can get it directly. I seem to be about to break through. Qi Yanran's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Chapter 1343. She's going to break through? Li Zongjiu was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. It was so fast. He had to admit that this was entirely due to Qi Yanran's own physique. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also quite happy for Qi Yanran. Don't worry about breaking through. I will protect you. With me here, no one can disturb you, Li Zongjiu said. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, he was naturally qualified to say such words. If Shui Yi came, he would simply be defeated by Li Zongjiu. There was no threat to him at all. According to Li Zongjiu's guess, the people of Sacred Mountain would come soon. With these people's character, after knowing that Li Zongjiu had killed these people, they would certainly come to curry favor with him. To put it bluntly, they would come to recruit Li Zongjiu and recruit Li Zongjiu to Sacred Mountain. In these people's opinion, Li Zongjiu would be very willing to join Sacred Mountain and become the guardian of the human race. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in these things at all. If these people knew what was good for them, they wouldn't disturb him. If they didn't, then don't blame Li Zongjiu for being impolite. Killing these people was just a very simple thing for Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran was breaking through in a courtyard. Now that there was no one in the fallen city, it naturally became the territory of Li Zongjiu and the others. It was unknown how much effort it would take to gather all the people in the city. Recently, Chu Yan was also comprehending the mental cultivation method taught by Qi Yanran. He emboldened himself and came to Li Zongjiu to ask for advice. After all, Li Zongjiu was usually relatively cold, so under normal circumstances, no one dared to approach him. But in reality, Li Zongjiu's character was not that unreasonable. Moreover, Chu Yanguan had received the inheritance of Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu had also guided Chu Yanguan on behalf of Qi Yanran. As for Jiang Bai, he was also working hard. Jiang Bai's talent wasn't low either. With Li Zongjiu's occasional guidance, the two girls immediately made great progress. When Li Zongjiu had nothing to do, he sat in the courtyard next to Qi Yanran, fishing and making tea. Even Li Zongjiu hadn't thought that breaking through to the absolute saint realm would be so easy. Throughout the entire process, Li Zongjiu almost doubted the authenticity of his own cultivation. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that the reason he was able to break through so easily was because of the assistance of the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls. Now, the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls had also injected all of their powers into his body. Li Zongjiu's Hell method had also achieved a breakthrough, and his strength had greatly increased. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu's own body had been activated. Now, even if he didn't cultivate every day, he would still make great progress. Since I don't know what to call it, I'll just call it the body of Evil God. It sounds vulgar, but it's domineering enough, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Half a month had already passed. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. According to Jiang Bai, it was the beginning of spring. It was a good day for everything to recover. It's a good day for everything to recover. Don't come looking for trouble at this time, Li Zongjiu said leisurely. Hu Wushuang was also repairing the formation. After controlling the formation last time, Hu Wushuang's understanding of the formation seemed to have reached a higher level. His cultivation in array formations was increasing almost every moment. Li Zhongjiu estimated that she was not far from becoming a god-level formation master. When a skill reached its peak, it would bring about a very terrifying change. Li Zhongjiu was like this, cultivating his alchemy skills directly to the realm of the deity. He could easily become an expert, and this skill would not be forgotten no matter where he went. If Huo Wushuang cultivated the formation to its peak, there would be an unexpected miracle. Speaking of which, there's already someone who has reached the god level in formations, Li Zhongjiu thought. It was the heavenly demon dragon sparrow from the heavenly demon tribe. That girl had already reached the god level in formations. Otherwise, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace would not have been captured so easily. Something like this had happened. Now that Li Zhongjiu had broken through, he was confident that he could fight with the heavenly demon dragon sparrow. If he had to do it again, it would not be like the last time when he had to escape through the teleportation formation. It was too embarrassing. Just thinking about it made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, it was not too late for him to break through, and he would have a chance to get it back sooner or later. Above the sky, a ray of light surged. Buzz. It was like a ray of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, like a golden sun, hanging high in the sky at this moment, blooming with intense light. Boom! Huo Wushuang saw 2 powerful rays of golden flame in front of her. Furthermore, the other party had released his aura. It was obvious that he had come with hostility. Therefore, Huo Wushuang's expression was not too polite, and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes that slowly emerged. She stared at the people in front of her. There were a total of 4 people, 2 elders and 2 young people. The young people were a man and a woman. Their expressions were arrogant and their lips were thin. When they looked at the dilapidated city below, a trace of disdain involuntarily appeared in their eyes. They had actually come to such a desolate place for a person who did not know what was good for him. Although cities like the Fallen City were being attacked by the Fallen Clan, these great nations lived in a peaceful environment. Therefore, they had never seen such a dilapidated city. If the 2 of them were to live in such a place, they naturally would not be willing to. Therefore, there was helplessness in their eyes, and they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Master, who exactly is it down there? To think that you would personally make a move. East-coming Sage Immortal scratched his snow-white beard. Although he was standing high up in the sky, his eyes had already taken in everything below. Among them, he naturally saw Li Zhongjiu, who was leisurely fishing in the courtyard. Although Li Zhongjiu is arrogant and unruly, he has real skills. If we can train him well and use him for our sacred mountain, it will be a good thing. Some time ago, Shui Yi of the Beast God Temple's Tian Sha group died in his hands. Alright, let's go down and see what kind of skills this kid has. It's not easy to enter our sacred mountain. Not everyone has such qualifications. The other one was called North Sky Sage Immortal. It did not matter what his real name was, but this nickname must be resounding. Before he arrived, his name had already resounded in the sky. Let's go down. Chapter 1344. The figures of East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal directly landed on Fallen City. However, they only hovered in the air and did not land directly. After all, if they landed, wouldn't it show that their status was low? Therefore, the 2 of them seemed to be standing on top of Fallen City. East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal have arrived. Quickly come and pay your respects. The young man stepped forward. This was also the reason why he had to bring a few people with him. In order to show his noble status as a Sage Immortal, he needed someone to do things like shouting when he went out. It was impossible for him to do everything by himself. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. The young man shouted. His status was not low. He was the eldest disciple of East-coming Sage Immortal. Because of his good aptitude and noble birth, he had the opportunity to learn from East-coming Sage Immortal and was directly accepted as the eldest disciple. It was even said that half of the future hope of the entire sacred martial realm fell directly on these young people. Therefore, this young man had always regarded himself as the future savior. Although the appearance of the Beast God Temple had disrupted the original order of the sacred martial realm, it was actually a process of reshuffling the cards. It was precisely because of the existence of the Beast God Temple that some weak people with low bloodlines were eliminated, leaving behind only the elite. Only then were they qualified to live in this world. This young man's origin was also the son of the Great Wu country's duke. The duke was the head of all the heavenly masters in Great Wu. He was also the top supreme being expert. Even though he had yet to reach the sacred immortal realm, the garrison duke was basically one of the top existences in his own country if the sacred immortal realm did not appear. His strength was extremely terrifying. It was also because of this that this young man named Shen Wu had such an attitude, although it was just passing a message in front of a sage immortal. However, for Shen Wu, this was something to be very proud of. In front of his peers, he was able to hold his head high. He was even like a moon surrounded by stars, becoming a top existence among them. No matter where he went, he was very eye-catching. Shen Wu himself also enjoyed this feeling very much. Shen Wu immediately roared, but there was no movement from the fallen city below. Could it be that there was no one in Fallen City? No, there should be someone. The senses of two sage immortals would never be wrong. Could it be that the joy of the arrival of a sage immortal had gotten to their heads? Shen Wu and the other woman also spoke. Moreover, this summon also carried a trace of pressure. A wave of power directly descended upon the city below. Huo Wushuang, who was standing beside Li Zongjiu, had also noticed the four of them. However, he didn't do anything, until the other party actually released a wave of pressure. Moonfall's strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such an age was indeed something to be proud of. However, his mistake was that he shouldn't have been so impudent in front of Huo Wushuang. As Moonfall's pressure descended, the great array above the fallen city was directly activated. Countless flaming lotuses surrounded Moonfall. Yuluo's face was filled with shock. This was because the surrounding fire lotuses were quite powerful. Once it erupted, it was definitely not something Yuluo could endure, so Yuluo's face instantly turned pale. Yuluo, be careful. When Shen Wu saw that Yuluo's body was surrounded by blooming fire lotuses, his face was filled with shock. Just as he was about to approach her, he realized that the fire lotuses would explode if he moved a little. How dare you attack me? Yuluo's face was filled with anger. She didn't believe that these people would dare to be so impudent in the presence of a sage immortal. Yuluo was very straightforward. She directly summoned a bright light sword from her hand. Don't use your Yuan Qi, Shen Wu hurriedly shouted. However, it was already too late. Just the Yuan power undulations from the light sword had already completely ignited the surrounding flames. Boom! Boom! Many angry lotuses bloomed in the sky. Yuluo was immediately in the middle of the explosion. She was directly blasted to the left and right, and the power was also increasing little by little. Shen Wu was also blasted away at this moment. Huo Wushuang only needed to use a finger to pinch these people to death in the Origin Emperor realm. Previously, he was just talking about principles. It was fine if you were impudent with your words, but you actually wanted to attack. This was a little too arrogant. Donglai Sage Immortal and Beikong Sage Immortal didn't expect this. The other party actually dared to attack. Beikong Sage Immortal quickly reached out and directly pulled Yuluo, who was in the middle of the explosion. If Yuluo continued to endure the power of the explosion, she would probably die directly. All of the flame energy followed Yuluo's body into the sky and quickly caught up with her. Beikong Sage Immortal frowned. Condense. He stretched out his hand and gently patted it. Then, he completely gathered this energy. All of the flame energy condensed and compressed into a small fireball in front of Beikong Sage Immortal. As an absolute saint expert, you don't have to be so calculative with these juniors. Donglai Sage Immortal snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to not give face to the two of them and directly attack as soon as he arrived. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Look at Yu Luo's state. Her entire body was charred black from head to toe. Furthermore, he was currently in a coma. Without even thinking, he directly blasted her unconscious. If Beikong Sage Immortal didn't intervene in time, she would probably be blown to death. Even at that time, Li Zongjiu wouldn't stop. After all, in the eyes of an absolute saint expert, these people's lives were really nothing. After reaching this level, one would already consider everything and everyone beneath one's notice. But obviously, Li Zongjiu's actions had thoroughly angered the two sage immortals. With the strength of the two of you, you're not qualified for me to meet you. As for these juniors? If I want to kill them, do you think you can save them? Li Zongjiu said indifferently and put the fishing rod aside. The small movement just now had already scared the little goldfish away. It was really disappointing. Chapter 1345. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were standing in the courtyard. Usually, they had nothing to do other than cultivate. However, recently, Jiang Bai was forming a more elite troop. These people were deeply moved by Jiang Bai's achievements. Therefore, they were willing to risk their lives to ask Jiang Bai to train them. At this moment, the number of soldiers and experts in the city was more than 100. In fact, these people did not dare to get close to Li Zongjiu's residence. This was because it was said that Li Zongjiu was a powerful existence that was comparable to a saint immortal. Since he was such a terrifying existence, they naturally didn't dare to approach him rashly. If they offended or disturbed him in the slightest, wouldn't they be done for? Saint Immortal East Coming did not expect Li Zongjiu's temper to be so bad. He and Bei Kong looked at each other. The purpose of this visit was to recruit Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu didn't know how powerful the holy mountain was. Ignorance was blameless, so they might as well give Li Zongjiu some face. The two of them descended. Boom, boom. The two saint immortals descended at the same time. Even without any superfluous movements, the same tyrannical aura was released. The feeling of the surroundings suddenly changed. Chu Yenguan and the others immediately became nervous. This was a natural reaction of their bodies. Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand, completely eliminating the pressure of the two men. There was no longer any trace of them in the entire space. Chu Yen, Guan, and the others felt their bodies lighten. They finally returned to normal. They breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Zongjiu gratefully. At the same time, there was a faint trace of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the people in front of him. Shen Wu held Moonfall, who had been burned black, with a furious expression on his face. You hurt Moonfall to this extent. Today, you must give me an explanation. Shen Wu and Yu Luo were like a golden couple, but now that Yu Luo was beaten up like this, Shen Wu naturally wanted to fight for Yu Luo. Li Zongjiu casually flicked his finger. Bang! A terrifying force directly sent Shen Wu flying. Hundreds of walls were broken behind him. Shen Wu was thrown more than 500 meters away. During the whole process, Shen Wu's own power was also confined by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, in the process of being sent flying just now, Shen Wu used his own body to smash these walls into pieces. If one were to ask these cultivators, how many of them would be willing to work so hard to temper their bodies, especially under such excellent cultivation conditions? Who would be willing to suffer such hardships? Therefore, when Shen Wu's figure stopped, the bones in his body were already broken to the point that he was about to die. Even though the pain he was enduring was quite intense, Shen Wu was unable to make any sound at all. He could only roll his eyes and directly pass out. There was still a mixture of blood and saliva at the corner of his mouth. It's finally quiet. We're all the same, so I'll spare his life. If we don't discipline him properly when we return, even his clan and his master will suffer a calamity. Li Zongjiu said calmly. The person who came was also an absolute saint expert. However, Li Zongjiu did not hold back at all. He did not need to give the other party too much face at all. This was because Li Zongjiu himself was confident that he could kill all of these people one by one. Moreover, these so-called saint immortals of the sacred mountain, they had not saved the world at all. They had only done it for their own benefit, to ensure that they would not be affected by these people. They had even thought of sacrificing the lives of the people in exchange for a temporary respite. Such people were naturally not worthy of Li Zongjiu's attention. However, if he killed these people now, it might cause the Beast God Temple to speed up their attack. Li Zongjiu also needed to wait for a while. When Qi Yanran really broke through, he could consider killing his way to the headquarters of the Beast God Temple. Even if the other party had some hidden expert. However, these people had been delayed by the teleportation formation. Therefore, it was still very advantageous for Li Zongjiu and the others. With your cultivation and age, it's not too much to say such words. The East Arrival Sage Immortal did not even turn his head. He did not care about Emir Shen Wu at all. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had also spared his life. If it weren't for the large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures offered by the great Wu's State Duke, the Eastern Sage Immortal wouldn't have accepted such a waste as an apprentice. However, Li Zongjiu had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. This could be regarded as a provocation to the Eastern Sage Immortal. If the East Arrival Sage Immortal and Li Zongjiu continued to bicker, it would directly make things worse. The East Arrival Sage Immortal also needed to finish the matter first. If Li Zongjiu did not listen to his advice and insisted on becoming enemies with the Sacred Mountain, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. Now that the human race is in danger, with your skills, join the Sacred Mountain and fight for the future of the human race. What do you think? The East Arrival Sage Immortal opened his mouth and directly invited Li Zongjiu to join the Sacred Mountain. You hypocrites, no need to pretend in front of me. I know very well what you want. Leave now and I'll pretend I never saw you. Don't disturb me when I'm fishing. Sometimes my temper is not so good. Li Zongjiu's breakthrough to the absolute saint realm had brought a great change to his temper. If it was before, he would not have allowed these people to say so much. They would have come to disgust him. If you don't join the Sacred Mountain, we'll still include you in the Beast God Temple's camp. Then, the Tiansha of the Beast God Temple and the Sacred Mountain will come looking for you. Do you think there's a place for you in this vast world? The North Sky Saint Immortal sneered. He thought Li Zongjiu was a smart person, but now it seemed that he was not tactful at all. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? You talk too much. Li Zongjiu glanced at the North Sky Saint Immortal. The North Sky Saint Immortal's body stiffened. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong force rushing into his body. The North Sky Saint Immortal struggled violently. The tyrannical elemental energy within Li Zongjiu's body instantly emanated outwards, and he was almost controlled by Li Zongjiu. You want to control me? The North Sky Saint Immortal didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be this strong. Just now, if it wasn't for his spiritual defense magic weapon to remind him, he was afraid that he would really be controlled by Li Zongjiu. Control you? That's not a bad idea. Originally, Li Zongjiu had planned to let the two of them leave and go their separate ways. However, the North Sky Saint Immortal's words reminded Li Zongjiu. Following which, Li Zongjiu's eyes also emitted a trace of evil charm. Chapter 1346. When Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up, the surrounding space seemed to have changed. The surrounding space seemed to have changed because of this, and a strong fluctuation swept out. Beikong Saint Immortal and Dongkong Saint Immortal were instantly on guard. Brat, you want to control the two of us with just your strength? Dream on. Naive. Donglai Saint Immortal snorted. He seemed to find Li Zongjiu's behavior ridiculous. He was simply overestimating himself. Since this boy has long wanted to defect to the enemy, We'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We can't let this boy continue to be arrogant and bring disaster to the world. Donglai Saint Immortal is right. Baekong Saint Immortal nodded in agreement. At this moment, he naturally hoped to kill Li Zongjiu directly. After all, Li Zongjiu was still so young, but he was so powerful that he was already a threat. Naturally, they couldn't let Li Zongjiu continue to grow. Since he couldn't be used by the sacred mountain, he would definitely become a big disaster in the future. Immediately, the mind strength of the three sides collided in the sky above Fallen City. Boom! When the mind strength of the three collided, it seemed to form a terrifying vortex. In this vortex there was a powerful force condensing. It devoured everything. The confrontation of the three's power was enough to destroy everything in front of them. But at this moment it was under control in a very good environment. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. Buzz! Immediately, the space in front of them changed rapidly. It was enough to see that the environment in front of them had changed. In an instant, the three of them came to an extremely mysterious place. This was the Hell World that Li Zongjiu had created. However, Li Zongjiu had also directly merged the power of this Hell World together, forming an extremely powerful force. Break his realm. The surrounding power made the two Saint Immortals feel very uncomfortable. Immediately, they roared angrily and unleashed the power of their bodies instantly. At the same time, their Yuanli also turned into a giant beast at this moment. With the power of such a giant beast, they wanted to break through the barrier set up by Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how the two giant beasts collided, there was no movement at all. It was as if they had collided with the air. Li Zongjiu appeared in the sky with the matchless sword in his hand. Slash! The unparalleled sword crashed down. It seemed to be condensed with the power of sword qi, which was like rivers returning to the sea, as it fell with the sword qi. The two people below, as well as the giant beasts beside them, felt as if they had sunk into the depths of the sea. The power around them kept rolling and rolling. Rumble! The two giant beasts were severely injured. Under the sword qi, their bodies dissipated. After all, they were in Li Zongjiu's territory, so the strength of these two people was easily suppressed. How is this possible? East-coming Sage Immortal's eyes widened in shock. However, it was clear that Li Zongjiu's strength was something that East Rising Sage had not expected. Immediately, a purple sphere of light condensed out from East Rising Sage's hand. It was like a purple sun. Purple sun rises from the east. East Rising Sage threw out the purple sun in his hand, which instantly destroyed the environment in front of him. It collided with Li Zongjiu's sword qi, and the power between them instantly dispersed in all directions. However, Li Zongjiu's body only warmed up a little under this sword, and then he attacked again. This time, the Northern Sky Saint Immortal also used his own strength to resist. Boom! In the space, the power of vibration kept spreading out. It directly caused the surrounding power to become extremely chaotic. It made the two people feel that they were not only dealing with one Li Zongjiu, but also three Li Zongjius at the same time. Evil Soul Eye. Li Zongjiu suddenly moved in front of North Sky Saint Immortal, and forcibly injected the power of the Evil Soul Eye into North Sky Saint Immortal's eyes. North Sky Saint Immortal was stared at by Li Zongjiu. His body instantly stiffened and he did not move. Then, North Sky Saint Immortal reacted, and tried to break free from Li Zongjiu's control, but it seemed that he did not succeed. This was because Li Zongjiu's mind power was continuously pouring into North Sky Saint Immortal's body, as if countless mind chains were constantly binding North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power. He did not release it. When such power was condensed, North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power also felt incomparable pain and fear. North Sky. East Rising Sage seemed to see that North Sky Saint Immortal's situation was not good, so he immediately roared and rushed forward. Li Zongjiu was performing the mind control technique. For the time being, he could not free himself, and the unparalleled sword in his hand left Li Zongjiu's hand with a whoosh, and attacked East Rising Sage in front of him. Whoosh! The unparalleled sword's sword chi was also extremely fierce. As he continued to attack, Eastern Arrival Sage Immortal could clearly feel the pressure. In the end, Wu Wushwang's figure appeared. Both of his palms were swift and fierce, and with the power of both palms, they quickly enveloped East Rising Sage. Boom! 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 East Rising Sage was constantly forced to retreat. On the other side, Li Zongjiu also quickly completed the process of controlling. When his consciousness retreated, he could see that Li Zongjiu's eyes seemed to be shining. He directly sealed a wisp of North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power in the evil soul eye. At this moment, North Sky Saint Immortal was completely under Li Zongjiu's control. North Sky, wake up quickly! East Rising Sage saw North Sky Saint Immortal's stiff body and knew that North Sky was now under Li Zongjiu's control. He immediately shouted anxiously. However, it was useless. Go kill him, Li Zongjiu ordered. As soon as his voice fell, North Sky Saint Immortal moved and slashed at East Rising Sage with the sky-splitting slash. Unparalleled sword flew and fell back into Li Zongjiu's hand. North Sky, you're crazy. Wake up quickly. East Rising Sage was fighting with North Sky Saint Immortal while trying to wake North Sky up. Under the situation of 2 against 1, Li Zongjiu could still control North Sky. This showed how terrifying Li Zongjiu's strength was. If North Sky could not be woken up, he would be in real danger. Boom! Li Zongjiu took advantage of the gap and slashed down with his sword. Bang! East Rising was directly sent flying. A dignified Saint Immortal had actually been injured by Li Zongjiu. This was a great humiliation. East Rising Sage Immortal's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately clenched his fist and suddenly broke open a space crack behind him. Then, he went into the space crack. Li Zongjiu looked at East Rising Sage Immortal's disappearing figure and smirked. You're dead meat. Go to the next level of hell and chase after him. Then, Li Zongjiu and North Sky both went into the next level of hell. Although absolute saints could move forward with the space storm, Li Zongjiu had already turned the space here into 10 levels of hell. Therefore, no matter how East Rising Sage Immortal tore the space, he could only move through Li Zongjiu's hell world. He would never be able to leave this place. Chapter 1347. Li Zongjiu had created the boundless hell technique. It was also because he had unconsciously relaxed that he had created this fighting style. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of hardships to get out of Li Zongjiu's realm. However, when he landed, he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by a sea of fire. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of trouble to tear the space apart. Naturally, he would not send himself to such a dangerous place. Hence, when he appeared, East Coming Sage Immortal realized that something was amiss. This place is still Li Zongjiu's realm. How many realms does Li Zongjiu have? East Coming Sage Immortal was shocked. Obviously, he was shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. He did not know where this guy came from, but he was so powerful. Whoosh! North Sky Sage Immortal's North Pole sword moved with sword chi and flew over from afar. Boom! An explosive sword chi swept over. It directly rushed to East Coming Sage Immortal. North Sky. The East Coming Saint Immortal was surrounded by the sword chi, and he struggled to break free. When he broke free, he found that the North Sky Saint Immortal was already in front of him. North Sky. Staring into Beikong Saint Immortal's eyes, Donglai Saint Immortal realized that Beikong's eyes were lifeless. There was no emotion in them. Even though they had cultivated together for hundreds of years, they were like strangers now. They didn't know each other at all. Li Zongjiu did not continue to fight with East Coming Sage Immortal. Instead, he returned to the fallen city. As for how long East Coming Sage Immortal could escape from the boundless hell, it was up to him. Plus, North Sky Sage Immortal was chasing after him. It was enough for them to play around in the boundless hell for a few years. It wasn't that easy to kill an absolute saint. What's more, Immortal Dong Lai was actually stronger than Wu Shui. If he wanted to kill him completely, he would need some means. Moreover, for Li Zongjiu, killing East Rising Sage Immortal would not bring him any benefit. It would be better to borrow East Rising Sage Immortal's strength, to perfect his boundless power of hell. The advantages and disadvantages of each area would also be reflected. If he could successfully trap East Rising Sage Immortal in it, it would be a good experience. Li Zongjiu returned to Fallen City. Even from afar, he could sense a few terrifying auras sweeping across the horizon. In fact, he could even escape directly from the top of his head. Boom! Li Zongjiu felt that one of the auras was familiar. Interesting. Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then placed the unparalleled sword in the array and chased after the auras with a sway of his body. Boom! In the sky ahead, several ferocious forces were chasing after him. From time to time, terrifying collisions would break out. Heaven and earth trap. The figures who were chasing after him suddenly burst out with powerful yuan qi and locked down the area in front of them. With a boom, everything was locked down. The person who was running away instantly crashed into the sealed space of heaven and earth. Powerful fluctuations spread out, but his body was trapped in the same place, and there was no way for him to move. Let's see where you can run to. 5 figures surrounded a black-robed man. Although he was surrounded by 5 people, there was no panic in the black-robed man's eyes, only a hint of ruthlessness. A small carving knife appeared in his hand. He waved the carving knife gently in front of him, releasing a strong aura that gradually condensed the surrounding energy. The Blade of Destiny. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter it in such a situation. Hand over the Blade of Destiny. You're not from the human race. Submit to the Beast God Temple. With your strength, you'll definitely be promoted to an elder in less than 100 years and absorb the power of faith from millions of tribes. Why not? An old man with a pair of goat horns among the 5 tried to persuade the black-robed man. Although they had temporarily trapped the black-robed man, the 5 of them had suffered a lot when they joined forces to deal with him. Therefore, although they had trapped the black-robed man, they had to treat him carefully. Those who stand in my way shall die. The black-robed man said coldly and didn't respond to the old man's words. The murderous intent in his eyes was also quite fierce. Stubborn. Elder, just kill this man. A mere sage-to-be can fight with us to this extent. This man's talent is not bad. It's a pity that he can't be used by the Beast God Temple. No matter the price, we must kill you here. The old man with goat horns didn't hold back anymore. However, just as the 5 of them were about to attack, suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the sky behind them. Then, a figure quickly appeared in front of these people. His body was wrapped in the power of lightning. He was holding a hammer in his hand. Oh, what a coincidence! I was just about to look for you, and you jumped out on your own. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't forget the person in front of him. It could even be said that he was absolutely furious. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, he wouldn't have come here. Although he came here by accident and made a breakthrough, it was still a very dangerous act for Li Zongjiu. It was Li Zongjiu's business to achieve what he had achieved in such a dangerous situation. He could not thank this girl for it. What he really wanted to settle the score with her was that she had forced him and Qi Yanran into this situation. It's you. Heavenly Demon Tribe Girl Tian Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Seeing Li Zongjiu appear here, Tian Yi couldn't believe it. However, in the current situation, it didn't matter if there was one more Li Zongjiu. It was just one more enemy. To Tian Yi, she didn't actually want to kill Li Zongjiu and the others. She just wanted to borrow the flying bird platform. However, it was obvious that this had crossed their bottom line. That was why they were hostile towards them. Now, there were 5 experts from the Beast God Temple present. How could they let Li Zongjiu leave? This stupid Li Zongjiu. Could it be that he couldn't see the situation in front of him? It was already like this, why did he have to jump out and die? Leave quickly. These people will kill you, Tianyi said in a low voice. Tianyi said in a deep voice. As for whether Li Zongjiu would listen or not, whether he believed it or not, it had nothing to do with Tianyi. I thought it was a helper. Turns out it's someone who wants to kill you. Haha, little girl, if you join the Beast God Temple now, we can help you get rid of this kid. The old man with the goat horn sneered when he saw Li Zongjiu appear. It was as if he had found an opportunity. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to buy Tianyi's heart. Swoosh. Tianyi responded to the old man with the goat horn by using the blade of destiny to open a crack behind her. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, before this crack could stabilize, it was forcefully sealed by an expert from the Beast God Temple. Do it! Don't let this human play tricks. Tian, kill him! The old man with the goat horn ordered. In order to prevent Li Zongjiu from causing trouble here, one of them had to deal with Li Zongjiu first. Roger. Chapter 1348. The muscular man called Tian also had a pair of steel-like wings on his back. Every feather on his wings was filled with penetrating power. At this moment, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. On the other side, the heavenly monster tribe girl Tianyi was also fighting with the other 4. If not for the power of the blade of fate in her hand, she would have been caught by the people in front of her. She already had the experience of fighting with the 5 of them. However, at that time, the 5 of them were only in the probing stage. In addition, they were extremely wary of the power of the blade of creation. Hence, they did not suppress her too much. But now, these people were here to take Tianyi's life and seize the blade of fate by force. Be careful, don't get stabbed by the blade of fate. The old man with the goat horn reminded. If they were stabbed by the blade of fate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knows, he might even be crippled. Even with their current strength, if they were to be pierced by the blade of creation, they would definitely be in a lot of trouble even though they would not die instantly. Due to the fear of the power of the blade of fortune, these people were also very careful in the battle. However, Tianyi was also in a state of suppression. However, Tianyi's degree of ferocity was also beyond these people's imagination. As long as there was a slight opportunity, she would launch a crazy attack. Brat, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. Tian laughed loudly, then suddenly attacked Li Zongjiu. The wings on his back flapped, and his figure quickly swept towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! The eagle claw in his hand had a terrifying power to break through the air, and it grabbed towards Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu looked at Tian's attack with a disdainful smile. He grabbed the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Boom! The hammer hit the eagle's claw, forcing it to retreat. The other party grabbed his sharp eagle claw and grimaced. What kind of hammer is this? Tian's claws were already indestructible, and he could easily crush anything that came into contact with them. At this moment, he was actually beaten back by Li Zongjiu's hammer. This caused Eagle Sky to be quite shocked. At the moment of the collision, he felt as if his hand was about to be broken. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before. That's all you got? Li Zongjiu's expression seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, he did not expect the people in front of him to be so weak. He thought that since these people in front of him looked so fierce, they should have some ability. However, he was greatly disappointed. How arrogant! You'll know how powerful I am when I tear your throat apart. Tian roared furiously as the wings on his back began to rotate rapidly. A gust of wind was stirred up in the air. The gust of wind was like a thunderstorm, rolling towards Li Zongjiu. The gust of wind contained an incomparably sharp aura. As it approached, Li Zongjiu frowned slightly. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about the power in front of him at all. With his chaotic body, it was extremely easy for him to walk through such a storm of steel. After blocking the terrifying storm with one hand, Li Zongjiu smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand. Immediately, a wave of frightening strength swiftly spread across the space in front of him. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer was extremely terrifying. It almost shattered the space in front of him. The shattered space rumbled and swept towards Ying Tian. Then, Ying Tian's body was swept away by the power. What? Ying Tian was immediately hit by the power. The power that hit Ying Tian was none other than Li Zongjiu's fist. The fist directly penetrated Ying Tian's organs. A mere half-saint. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Li Zongjiu could not help but say. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Tian. His calm words stunned Ying Tian. Before Eagle Sky could react, Li Qia's expression changed. Li Zongjiu's hand had already pierced into the other party's back, immediately tearing out the pair of wings. Whoosh! The wings on Ying Tian's back flew out with blood. Then, a few feathers fell to the ground. Eagle Sky let out a low roar of pain as the wings on his back were broken. Ying Tian immediately growled. Although Ying Tian's strength had not reached the level of a true absolute saint, he could still fight against a true absolute saint with his tough physique. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. You dare to touch me! Ying Tian's face was distorted from the pain. He had turned into a real eagle's head. When Li Zongjiu heard that, he directly tore off the other half of Ying Tian's wing. This was extremely painful for the fallen clan. Compared to the pain of a human, it was like the pain of a broken arm. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was quite ruthless. Ying Tian wanted to say something, but he could no longer say it. In the distance, the old man with the goat saw Ying Tian's miserable state and immediately came over. Not good, Ying Tian has been crippled by that person. Old Shi, quickly go and save him. Among the many people, one of them was a fallen clan expert who was proud of his defense. After hearing the order, he immediately roared and quickly returned to where he came from. He threw a punch at Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu also threw a backhand punch and collided with his opponent. The expert in front of him was called Old Shi. He had a rhinoceros horn on his forehead. Obviously, the latter's original body was similar to a rhinoceros. Moreover, the size of the opponent's fist was almost 2 to 3 times larger than Li Zongjiu's. However, after the two fists collided, Old Shi realized that his fist seemed to have hit something incomparably hard. It was several times harder than his fist. He could clearly feel that his fingers were showing signs of breaking. What? Your strength is not bad, but it's still a little weak. The corner of Li Zongjiu's mouth raised slightly. However, when Old Shi looked at Li Zongjiu's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, Old Shi saw Li Zongjiu's movement. He actually threw another punch at him. How could he let Li Zongjiu have his way? Again, he fought with his fist. In the end, there was a bang. Old Shi's entire arm was hit by Li Zongjiu and exploded on the spot. His bones and the like were instantly blown away. Of course, Old Shi was not someone to be trifled with. Fighting relied on the word ruthlessness. Moreover, Old Shi had a unique advantage. He directly hit Li Zongjiu with the horn on his head. If Li Zongjiu was stupid, he would directly hit the opponent with force. However, Li Zongjiu was obviously not stupid. The black dragon hammer in his hand directly hit the incoming rhinoceros horn. Clang! Li Zongjiu's hammer hit, and Old Shi instantly became dizzy. Chapter 1349. Of course, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not bad either. Although Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer was quite powerful, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not just for decoration. This was the first time he was almost knocked out in a head-on collision. However, Old Shi immediately shook his head and forcefully stabilized his body. My heavenly golden horn is indestructible. No matter how powerful you are, you still won't be able to break my heavenly golden horn. Old Shi immediately roared, as if he was angered by Li Zongjiu. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not give Old Shi any chance to show off. He directly held the black dragon hammer in his hand and swept it over madly again. One hammer after another fell, until the fifth hammer fell. A crack suddenly appeared on Old Shi's heaven golden horn that he was so proud of. This immediately shocked Old Shi. At the same time, he felt quite frightened. What kind of rhythm was this? His heaven golden horn was actually broken. If this continued, it might really be broken by Li Zongjiu. This natural ability was also Old Shi's unique trait. If he was directly broken by Li Zongjiu, his future days would definitely not be easy. Old Shi hurriedly retreated. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. Old Shi's body retreated and his mouth kept begging for mercy. When the goat-horned old man heard Old Shi's begging voice, the other two people were shocked. They did not expect this kid who came out of nowhere to be so powerful. He defeated 2 experts in a row. Even Old Shi was beaten to the point where he covered his head and ran away, begging for mercy again and again. You think you can stop just because you say so? Li Zongjiu did not come here to play house. What's more, these people in front of him were people from the Beast God Temple. Li Zongjiu killed so many people from the Beast God Temple that it was impossible to reconcile in the future. The only way was to kill these people and eradicate the Beast God Temple, which was equivalent to solving the problem. Now that Li Zongjiu finally met 5 people who were alone, how could he let them go? From the moment Li Zongjiu arrived, he did not want to let these people leave alive. Myriad Thunderbolt! Li Zongjiu raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and suddenly smashed down the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Old Shi's face turned deathly pale when he sensed the power of the lightning descending upon him. The rumbling power of thunder and lightning attracted the goat-horned old man. At the same time, Tian-Yi found an opportunity to use the blade of fortune in her hand and quickly sent one of them flying. The remaining 2 people realized that they had underestimated Li Zongjiu and Tian-Yi. These 2 people looked very young, but in fact, each one was more powerful than the other. The human looked like he was in his teens, maybe even less than 20 years old. They did not expect him to have such powerful strength. Even the saint immortals in the sacred mountain could not have such strength to beat Old Shi like this. When the thunder and lightning fell, Old Shi was no longer arrogant. Under the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning, the heavenly golden horn on his head directly shattered. When the heavenly golden horn shattered, it was equivalent to his brain being split open. Therefore, Old Shi's body directly fell from the sky. He quickly fell to the ground. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. And the birdman who had 2 wings torn off, at this moment, no one knew where he went. He should have fallen directly. Fate Dragon Sparrow! Suddenly, in Tian-Yi's hand, in the sky, directly condensed a terrifying power with the blade of fortune. An extremely huge heavenly demon dragon sparrow emerged, and its huge body instantly entangled the goat-horned old man in front of it. The remaining person obviously could not pose a threat to Tian-Yi and Li Zongjiu. Boy, quickly run! Once they transform, their strength will definitely increase by several times. You and I together will definitely not be a match for them. Tian-Yi's tone was still quite cold. Although she and Li Zongjiu were in a state of hostility, after all, when they were in the Sky Suspension Mountain, they fought with their lives on the line. It was obviously impossible to sit down and have a good chat about the current situation. But today, if Li Zongjiu hadn't appeared and held back the 2 experts of the opposing side one by one, and eliminated the 2 experts of the opposing side, Tian-Yi would not have a chance to escape. Therefore, after escaping, Tian-Yi also shouted at Li Zongjiu, wanting to let Li Zongjiu understand the situation and not be deceived by the current weakness of these people. In fact, the current state of these people was a relatively casual posture, and they even deliberately hid their strength. Now, if they really transformed, their power was still quite terrifying. It was not something they could resist now. Moreover, their moves might not be able to stop the strongest goat-horned old man. Escape? I am the great evil lord, Li Zhongjiu. Do I need to escape? Li Zhongjiu's face suddenly became arrogant, and he said with extreme disdain. Did he really think that he was a person who could give up everything for his life? Did he actually want the great evil lord to escape? Instead of dealing with the enemy, he was thinking of running away. This kind of thinking was simply too laughable. However, when Tianyi heard Li Zhongjiu's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her stomach. What a shameless person. She was really forgetful. If it weren't for the fact that you had to touch that damn transmission array and wanted to escape, she, Tianyi, would not have fallen into such a situation. Now, she was still being chased to such a place. Otherwise, Tianyi would have already completed the mission of continuing her race. How could such a situation happen? For Tianyi, Li Zhongjiu also had a lot to do with her being chased. Even this debt should be settled with Li Zhongjiu. Since Li Zhongjiu refused to leave, Tianyi knew that time was running out. Hence, she decided to rush out and head towards the front. Boom! But Tianyi's figure rushed out not long ago. Logically speaking, this distance was enough for Tianyi to escape to a relatively safe place. She could even reorganize and then come back. But just as Tianyi was about to leave, where Li Zhongjiu was, 5 terrifying auras directly erupted one after another. Even the clouds in the sky had become blood-red. Bloody wind and rain, extremely terrifying power was condensing. In front of Li Zhongjiu, 5 huge beasts appeared. Chapter 1350. These 5 behemoths had their feet on the ground and their heads in the sky. The clouds were only around their necks. Such a figure could be clearly seen even from miles away. Li Zhongjiu was surrounded by these behemoths. Interesting. You're finally getting serious. Li Zhongjiu naturally knew that these people had the ability to transform. However, the true transformation of the absolute saint realm would increase their strength by many times. Even Ying Tian and Old Shi, who had been severely injured by Li Zhongjiu, had transformed into their true forms. Now they had transformed into their true forms, and the injuries they had sustained earlier had already disappeared. Compared to such a huge body, the little injury caused to me just now was nothing. Roar! Ying Tian, who had transformed into a dark blood eagle, also roared at Li Zhongjiu. If the anger in his eyes could be spat out, it would at least stretch for tens of thousands of feet. It was obvious how much he wanted to tear Li Zhongjiu into pieces. The other rhinoceros was also standing on the mountain. Just this leg alone was like a real pillar that could hold up the sky. However, the heavenly golden horn on its head, which should have pierced through the mountains and rivers, sun and moon. At this moment, half of it was broken. At this moment, the heavenly golden rhinoceros also wanted to smash Li Zhongjiu into meat paste, then put him on the ground and trample him into meat paste. Its front feet kept digging on the ground. Because of this action, it directly dug the nearby soil into an extremely vast lake. Then, the lake was quickly filled with water. Such a huge commotion was all because of this huge body. There was also a goat. Just the beard of the goat alone was like a waterfall hanging high in the sky. Beside the goat there were 2 more strange beasts. It was hard to describe, but in terms of appearance, they were similar to ordinary wild wolves. However, they had more sharp teeth. They were very wild. They trapped Li Zhongjiu in front of them. It seemed that in the eyes of these 5 beasts, Li Zhongjiu was just a very small fly that could be easily swatted to death. This idiot! Tianyi, who had already fled thousands of miles away, turned back and saw these huge beasts. When she saw the fallen tribe revealing their true forms, Tianyi knew that Li Zhongjiu was doomed. This human was truly blindly arrogant. Whoosh! Tianyi actually rushed towards the 5 giant beasts again. She returned to Li Zhongjiu's side. Li Zongju also looked at the heavenly monster tribe in surprise. You are a monster. Why did you run back? Li Zongju looked at Tian-yi and couldn't help but say. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also very surprised that this Tian-yi actually knew to come back after running away. Heavenly Demon Tribe doesn't owe favors, Tian-yi said coldly. She didn't look at Li Zongjiu. Instead, she stared at the white goat in front of her. Except for this goat, the rest are all half-step saints. You block the four of them. I will deal with this goat. After that, we will fight our way out of this encirclement together, Tian-yi said in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if they had fought before and there were still some grudges between them. But now that the enemy was in front of them, there was no need to be so calculative. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, it wasn't something that could be solved with numbers. No matter how many people there were, they were all trash. What was the use? Then you go first. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry. Tian-yi didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant. Did he still want to leave alive? Immediately, Tian-yi used the Blade of Fortune again. Although she didn't know much about Li Zongjiu didn't seem like a person who would throw his life away. In that case, she would cooperate with him and believe in Li Zongjiu for the time being. Boom! A power that shook both the past and present rose from the blade of creation. It was as if the heavens were a drum that was being beaten violently. Very soon, an extremely terrifying vibration could be heard from the drumbeat. As the voice faded, it was as if the sky had been knocked. Countless meteors and fiery rain fell from the sky, rapidly falling downwards. Boom! The white goat raised its head. It was the same move again. Bah! The white goat opened its mouth and made a sound. Apparently, it was giving an order. However, because it was an incarnation of its body, it couldn't speak human language. They could only use their own language to communicate. Who would have thought that this low roar would directly destroy the originally ferocious atmosphere? Although its body was extremely huge and terrifying, its voice was still as soft as a sheep. It felt weird just listening to it. Following the white goat's order, 3 of the giant beasts attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. The remaining one fought with the white goat against Tian-yi. Currently, Tian-yi's cultivation was only equivalent to a sage to be. If Tian-yi changed into her original form, she could directly reach the sage-to-be realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't reveal her original form. Because if she returned to her original form too many times, she would be unable to change her original form. If he wanted to change back, he would be even more unrecognizable. In the end, it would be difficult for him to change back into a human appearance. Naturally, she would lose the chance to change back into her original form. She would also lose many chances to change back into her original form. When such a situation occurred, come on! Li Zongjiu raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and rushed towards the rhinoceros in front of him. The sky gold rhinoceros was unhappy. What was this guy trying to do? Why did he have to pick on me, a soft persimmon? Let's see who the soft persimmon is. Boom! This time, the sky gold rhinoceros was ruthless. It didn't care about the consequences and directly charged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu smashed his hammer on the rhinoceros's head. Instantly, there was a loud noise. The sky gold rhinoceros's huge body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he was sent flying, the mountains, rivers, and plants on the ground were in trouble. Some of the mountains were directly razed to the ground. The trees were directly crushed into pieces. Even if you changed into your original form, your strength didn't increase by much. You can't do it. Not only did Li Zongjiu defeat the rhinoceros, he even humiliated the rhinoceros. It made the rhinoceros feel ashamed. Immediately, the sky gold rhinoceros turned around. However, it continued to attack and saw the dark blood eagle flapping its wings. It clawed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! This claw caused the wind and clouds to surge. Chapter 1351. As the claw descended, it seemed to have clawed a hole in the sky. Li Zongjiu waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, and the power of lightning surged. Rumble! The terrifying lightning energy seemed to have swallowed up the dark blood figure. The lightning was like a berserk figure as it rapidly swept across the dark blood eagle's body, churning and surging violently. The dark blood eagle was directly sent flying. Its belly fell to the sky. Although its body had changed a lot, its strength was not beyond Li Zongjiu's expectation. After all, his original body had just reached the absolute saint realm. The other figure was like a wild wolf, but the sharp teeth in its mouth were almost twice the size of its head. Under such an imposing aura, when the dark blood eagle was sent flying, the huge fallen wolf stabbed its sharp teeth at Li Zongjiu angrily. The surging power. Li Zongjiu was surprised. You have some skills. Li Zongjiu threw the black dragon hammer in his hand, and it hit the dark blood eagle's head, knocking it out. At the same time, Li Zongjiu grabbed the sharp teeth with both hands. Break! Li Zongjiu raised his fist and smashed down on the sharp teeth. Bang! His teeth were directly broken, and he fell from the sky like a sharp sword falling from the sky, piercing the sky and directly penetrating a mountain below. The fallen wolf howled in pain after its teeth were broken by Li Zongjiu. Mountain Flipping Golden Seal. Li Zongjiu used the mountain flipping golden seal and smashed the fallen wolf's head into the ground with a loud bang. When the fallen wolf's head was deeply embedded into the ground, it was difficult for him to pull his head out even when he was flipping his body. Hammer! Li Zongjiu opened his palm, and the black dragon hammer flew from afar into Li Zongjiu's hand. Raising the black dragon hammer in his hand, he summoned obsidian lightning from the sky. He fell towards the fallen wolf. Boom! The fallen wolf's head was instantly blasted into pieces by this terrifying thunderbolt. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A large group of the fallen race had fallen. Roar! The heavenly gold rhino also stood up. He finally regained the ability to move and immediately rushed toward Li Zongjiu in a frenzy. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu's hand seals were flying. Buddha Palm. A 7-storied pagoda descended from the sky. It directly broke the heavenly gold rhino from its waist. As the heavenly golden rhino ran, it was also forced to fall to the ground. Its flesh and blood gushed out like a waterfall and fell to the ground. The dark blood eagle also flapped its wings. After it got up, it realized that its 2 companions had been killed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu must be in a frenzied state. Then, the dark blood eagle saw that the situation was not good, so it directly flew away. It did not even want to take revenge for the humiliation from before. Right now, the most important thing was to protect its own life. As for the white goat and the other fallen divine beast, it was up to fate whether they could survive or not. Anyway, the dark blood eagle had already made up its mind to escape. Space Seal. Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand. Li Zongjiu was actually able to use the spatial sealing technique that the goat-horned old man had used before. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also good at this kind of technique. He only needed to see it once to know how to perform it. The dark blood eagle was trapped in the space that Li Zongjiu had sealed. Immediately, it was very anxious. In the end, it actually burst out its life skill, wanting to directly shatter the sealed space in front of it. However, in the space after it was broken, a blood-red dragon figure descended from the sky. The dragon claw clasped the dark blood eagle's neck. The 5 claws pierced into the dark blood eagle's flesh and directly lifted its head. The pitiful dark blood eagle was beheaded just like that. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already killed the 3 fallen giant beasts. The blade of fate in Tian Yi's hand also became more powerful. At the same time, it also chopped off the head of the other fallen giant beast that came to assist. Originally, Tian Yi wanted to trap the 2 of them and then break out of the encirclement with Li Zongjiu. In her opinion, that was not a difficult thing to do. However, when Tian-yi looked back, she realized that Li Zongjiu had easily finished the battle. He had killed the other 3 fallen giant beasts. Then, she changed her strategy. Today, she had to kill the 2 fallen giant beasts. After all, these people had been chasing her for a long time and wanted to snatch the blade of fate in her hand. Naturally, she could not let these people go back alive. Now that there was a chance, she had to kill them. The goat transformed by the goat horn old man had the ability to swallow clouds and spit out fog. With a slight movement, it released clouds of poisonous gas. It made the surrounding environment look like it was in a fog. Tian-yi transformed the man of fate into the power of the wings behind her. Boom! Tian-yi rushed out of the foggy environment with the help of the wings of fate behind her. When she rushed out, he also saw that the white sheep was charging towards Tian-yi with its horns. Tian-yi stepped on the goat horn. However, the speed of the opponent's attack made Tian-yi unable to attack at all. The wings behind her could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Bang! Tian-yi was directly sent flying. Her figure flew tens of thousands of meters in the sky, breaking through countless clouds. In the end, she slowly came to a stop. You are dead for going against the beast god temple. She did not expect the goat to be able to speak when it transformed into its original form. No wonder it was a true absolute saint. The other fallen giant beasts could not master this ability. Li Zongjiu rose into the sky. He looked at the fallen giant beasts in front of him as if nothing had happened. You don't have to worry about me. Die in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu stepped on the golden dragon. The golden dragon's huge body instantly spread out. His current size was several times larger than when he had fought with Tian-yi. Naturally, his strength had also increased correspondingly, making him even more powerful. The blood dragon roared, and as its huge body twisted, it instantly swept towards the white goat. The 2 giant beasts collided, exploding with terrifying fluctuations. The blood dragon rolled, trying to turn the fallen giant beast's body around. However, the fallen giant beast's forelegs were like mountains. In addition to its powerful aura, it was not shaken by the blood dragon. In the end, the blood dragon bit the fallen giant beast's neck. The fallen giant beast's body crashed to the ground. At this moment, the golden dragon turned into a ray of golden light. Boom! The consecutive heavy injuries made the fallen giant beasts retreat. The power that Li Zongjiu's 2 original spirits exploded out was not weak at all. After the fallen giant beasts was forced to retreat, it also struggled to escape. It turned out that Li Zongjiu had not been serious from the beginning. Now that he was serious, there was no longer any hope. Chapter 1352. At this moment, there were already many huge wounds on the white sheep's body. Under the attack of the 2 Dragon Clan original spirit, the fallen white sheep couldn't resist at all. Although it wanted to break free, the more it fought, the weaker its strength became. It didn't have enough strength to break free. At this moment, Tian-yi flew back from afar. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to kill the white sheep so easily. He didn't even need to do anything himself. Just the original spirits were enough to deal with the white sheep. However, Tian-yi could clearly see that Li Zongjiu's strength had made a great breakthrough. Before this, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran teamed up to deal with Tian-yi. It was extremely difficult for them. However, in just a few months, Tian-yi's strength had improved greatly. Li Zongjiu had such a powerful breakthrough and change. It was unimaginable. Rumble. Finally, the white sheep died under the entanglement of the golden dragon original spirit and the blood dragon original spirit. It was easily torn into pieces. It didn't even have a chance to escape. At the level of the absolute saint realm, it was naturally easy to kill those below the absolute saint realm. However, Li Zongjiu seemed to have mastered the means to kill absolute saints. After a few exchanges, he easily defeated these people. He was almost an invincible existence. Of course, Li Zongjiu's strength was much stronger than these people. That was why he could kill them so easily. It seemed reasonable for Li Zongjiu to kill the 5 fallen beasts. After all, Li Zongjiu had enough strength to kill them. Initially, he wanted to test the skills of these people, but he didn't expect that even after transforming, these people were still so weak. Therefore, Li Zongjiu lost interest and killed them all. Tianyi looked at Li Zongjiu with a shocked expression. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so powerful. Tianyi thought that Li Zongjiu had a breakthrough in the sacred martial realm, so it was normal for his strength to increase. However, she didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so powerful that he could kill the 5 fallen beasts. Obviously, even if Tianyi didn't come back to help Li Zongjiu could easily kill them all. Tianyi's action was a little unnecessary. Li Zongjiu took back his black dragon hammer. Li Zongjiu put away the corpses of the fallen beasts. There was still a 10,000 slaughter sword lying in his hell world. He could use the blood of these fallen beasts to nurture the myriad slaughter sword in his hand. Now that I've settled their score, it's time to settle our score. Li Zongjiu came back this time to find trouble with Tianyi. Tianyi was the one who did such a thing. Li Zongjiu certainly had to teach Tianyi a lesson. How do you want to settle it? Tianyi's mouth glinted coldly. Since Li Zongjiu didn't need her help at all, it was equivalent to her walking into a trap. She didn't expect to walk into a tiger's mouth after leaving the wolf's den. This made Tianyi quite helpless in her heart. However, an enemy was an enemy after all. Even if she knew someone else, their attitude was still the same. If he didn't let her live, it would only make things difficult for everyone. The heavenly demon dragon Sparrow was not so cowardly. Originally, you were going to die, but since you still have a little conscience and know to come back, I can spare your life for the time being. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Although the other party was a girl, Li Zongjiu didn't have much mercy in his eyes. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially now that the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow's strength hadn't improved greatly. The blade of destiny in her hand was also at the same level as Qi Yanran's green bird platform. Qi Yanran didn't even use the green bird platform as skillfully as the blade of destiny. It could be seen that the other party's strength was even more terrifying. She might have limitless achievements in the future. If he allowed such an enemy to grow, he would be the unlucky one in the end. However, Li Zongjiu saw that the other party had turned back and didn't leave. This was a bit of loyalty. Li Zongjiu considered sparing her life. Evil Lord's character was so unpredictable. Tianyi didn't say anything. She continued to wait for Li Zongjiu's next words. Tianyi knew that with Li Zongjiu's character, he wouldn't let her have an easy time. Even if he made some demands, Tianyi might not be able to humbly satisfy them. Since you wanted to snatch the green bird platform last time, I'll fulfill your wish this time. Hand over your blade of destiny. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. As expected, Tianyi's eyes shone with a cold light. Tianyi would never allow anyone to snatch the blade of fate from her. The blade of fate in her hand was the inheritance of the entire heavenly monster tribe. If it was snatched away, it would be tantamount to severing her inheritance. Don't even think about it. Tianyi refused without hesitation. If he wanted to snatch it away by force, the only way was to fight to the death. It seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Li Zongjiu shook his head as a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Let's fight. Tianyi wasn't afraid. In her heart, she had already decided to fight to the death. If he wanted to snatch the blade of destiny, there was only one outcome, and that was to kill her. All right, then I'll send you on your way. Li Zongjiu took out the black dragon hammer. Li Zongjiu was very interested in the blade of destiny. Since he was interested, he would take it and admire it. Tianyi never thought that Li Zongjiu would let her go so easily. Even Tianyi herself had a firm determination. She had to rely on herself for everything. As the last person of the heavenly demon tribe, it wasn't easy for Tian-Yi to survive until now. In order to protect the blade of destiny in her hand, she had gone back and forth between life and death several times. Therefore, Tian-Yi would never give up. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was unprecedented. In his hands, the 5 giant fallen beasts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were easily killed. If it were her, she might have had a similar effect. Li Zongjiu was about to attack. Suddenly, he sensed a message from the unparalleled sword in the fallen city. His face suddenly changed. "You're courting death." Li Zongjiu immediately gave up attacking Tian-Yi. He turned around and rushed towards the fallen city. Boom! Li Zongjiu's speed was beyond Tian-Yi's imagination. With such speed, how terrifying was Li Zongjiu's strength. However, why did Li Zongjiu suddenly leave? This made Tian-Yi a little confused. However, since the troublesome Li Zongjiu had left, Tian-Yi didn't need to stay here. Otherwise, if Li Zongjiu came back, she would lose such a great opportunity. Tian-Yi didn't hesitate and fled in another direction. Chapter 1353. In the sky above Fallen City, the infernal hell flower bloomed continuously. Hu Wushuang appeared in the unparalleled sword. He was using his spiritual energy to activate the array around him to stop a person. The person was stepping on the clouds. He held the waterfall spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointing downward, and the terrifying power of a waterfall poured down crazily. Rumble! The water fell on the infernal lotus array and absorbed the power of the infernal lotus array. One could see that Hu Wushuang was doing his best. In the city below, there was another person who was currently defeating Jiang Bai and the others. It was Shen Wu, who was severely injured but had regained consciousness. When Shen Wu woke up, he found that his Eastern Arrival Sage Immortal and Northern Sky Sage Immortal were not nearby. Even that damned brat Li Zongjiu was nowhere to be seen. Shen Wu immediately felt that something was definitely wrong. He wanted to leave immediately and take Yu Luo to treat her injuries. However, he was stopped by the unparalleled sword. He was completely trapped in the city and couldn't leave. Shen Wu had no choice but to release a signal and summon his father, the Guardian Duke of the Great Wu Dynasty. As the Guardian Duke of the Great Wu Dynasty, as long as his opponent wasn't a Saint Immortal, he could fight them. Moreover, the waterfall spear in his hand was made with the materials of the sacred mountain. He might be able to reach the Saint Immortal realm in the future with the help of the waterfall spear. Hu Wushuang's strength hadn't recovered yet, and he was suppressed by the power of his attribute. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for him to break into Fallen City. "You're just a sword spirit." Shen Tianlu stared at Hu Wushuang with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He never thought that Hu Wushuang, who was so powerful, was just a spirit. "If I can refine a sword, I'll be able to reach the absolute saint realm." Shen Tianlu was tempted. This time, he was really tempted. How could he not be tempted by such a powerful peerless sword in front of him? He had been stuck in this realm for many years and had not been able to make any progress. Now that he finally had a chance to make a breakthrough, how could he give up just like that? If he wanted to break through now, he would have to borrow the power of the outside world. In other words, he had to combine it with his own origin energy to achieve a true breakthrough. Although the waterfall spear in his hands was top-notch, it was still an inanimate object. If he could obtain this unparalleled sword, it would be an opportunity for Shen Tianlu to change his fate. Shen Tianlu's eyes were filled with excitement. The waterfall spear in his hand instantly surged with power. Boom! Power surged out. It was as if the water of a great river had descended from the sky and covered the sun. Chi! 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 An extremely strong steam phenomenon appeared in the sky above the fallen city. However, with the appearance of this steam, Hu Wushuang's strength was also rapidly draining. The other party was going all out, wanting to directly exhaust Hu Wushuang's strength. Oh no, the power of the unparalleled sword is about to be exhausted. Jiang Bai and the others were seriously injured. Even if they were to face a severely injured Xin Wu, they would still be no match for him. However, the unparalleled sword urgently needed their help at this moment. Li Zhongjiu's whereabouts were unknown. However, he should be in a situation. Otherwise, he would have appeared by now. In such a critical moment, they naturally had to step forward bravely. Otherwise, once they were in danger, they would become useless if they relied on others to help them. Therefore, under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Bai and Chu Yenguan were also fighting with their lives on the line against Xin Wu. As long as they could take down Xin Wu, the people outside the array would naturally not dare to act rashly. Go! The two women once again climbed up from the ruins and suddenly rushed toward Xin Wu. Boom! Xin Wu also waved his hand casually, and two waves of energy blasted the two women away again. The gap between our realms is like the gap between an ant and a god. How can you overcome it? Xin Wu said faintly. There was a sense of supreme glory in his tone. Just as Xin Wu was about to kill the two of them, a cold light flashed past. Boom! The unparalleled sword instantly pierced through Xin Wu's body. Bang! Xin Wu knelt on the ground. The sword piercing through his heart made Xin Wu feel as if he was struck by lightning. Puff! Xin Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this sword strike wasn't fatal. Xin Wu was also wearing a top-notch inner armor, which protected his vital points. Jiang Bai flipped over and stood up again. Finally, she was able to get close to Xin Wu and directly tied him up. Chu Yenguan also used Yuanli to suppress Xin Wu. Chu Yenguan's strength gradually surpassed Jiang Bai's. After all, he had received many pointers from Qi Yanran before. The two of them worked together to trap Xin Wu. The tip of the sword was hanging above Xin Wu's head. The two of them stared at the sky again, trying to threaten Xin Tianlu. However, Xin Tianlu only glanced at them. How dare an ant try to fight against a holy master? Xin Tianlu sneered when he saw this. Then, he suddenly released the power in his hand. Boom! A stream of water power directly shook outside the array formation. Even though there was a barrier between them, it still easily sent the two of them flying. Bang! Bang! Jiang Bai and Chu Yenguan were sent flying once again. Both of their injuries were already very serious. How dare you hurt my child with a mere demonic sword? I'll refine you today. Xin Tianlu knew that there was no time to lose. He immediately took an elixir and recovered 50% of his Yuanli. Then, he released the remaining 50% of his Yuanli. The tyrannical power instantly broke Huo Wushuang's formation. At the same time, his body suddenly stretched forward and grabbed Huo Wushuang's neck. How about that? No matter how strong you were when you were alive, you can only become a ghost under my hands now. Xin Tianlu laughed when he captured Huo Wushuang. It was as if victory was already in his hands and he could already see the light of victory. However, just as Xin Tianlu was about to use his Yuanli to devour Huo Wushuang, suddenly, Xin Tianlu felt a chill on his back. It was as if something terrifying was staring at him. Ever since he became the Great Wu's guardian duke, it had been a long time since he had felt this way. Only when the oppression from an extremely strong existence was full of hostility would he feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. It made him rather fearful. Who's there? Xin Tianlu shouted. The Yuanli in his body instantly exploded. Immediately, a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Boom! You must be tired of living. A cold voice rang out behind Xin Tianlu's ear. However, how could someone get close to him so easily? This must be an illusion. It was mind power. Chapter 1354. Xin Tianlu's body stiffened as well. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move at all. The power around him was as cold and merciless as 10,000-year-old ice. It directly froze Xin Tianlu's bloodline. Every breath he took was extremely bone-piercing. It was as if sharp ice blades were scraping his body. Shin Tianlu was alarmed by the clear pain he felt. Illusion! It must be an illusion! Shin Tianlu broke out in a cold sweat, and then opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The scene in front of him also returned to normal. He saw a young man in a black robe in the air, standing not far away from him. He was holding the unparalleled sword, which originally belonged to him, and seemed to be saying something to the unparalleled sword. My sword! No one is allowed to touch it. Shin Tianlu saw that his weapon had been taken away by someone who had come. In his rage, he did not care about anything else. In the entire sacred martial realm, only a few divine immortals from the sacred mountain could surpass him in strength. As for the others, he did not care at all. There was nothing to talk about. Let's fight. Once I kill you, I'll know who's the real master here. Waterfall flow. Shin Tianlu suddenly raised the waterfall spear in his hand. At this moment it was like 1,000 miles of cold light, directly descending on Li Zongjiu. The power of this cold light alone was enough to easily destroy a city. There was no suspense. However, Li Zongjiu did not dodge the power that was descending on him. He just stood there, as if he was going to let his opponent attack him. Boom! All the cold air condensed in front of Li Zongjiu, but did not get close to Li Zongjiu. It seemed to be blocked by a strong force. Shin Tianlu saw that his attack had been forcibly blocked by Li Zongjiu. His heart skipped a beat. How could he have such a strong aura? How could this be? Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh amidst the tide. You call yourself a celestial master? This is your strength? Li Zongjiu said calmly. Shin Tianlu was shocked. He calmly received the attack. However, whether he was really calm or just pretending to be calm, he would only know after a few more attacks. Let's see how long you can pretend. Shin Tianlu bellowed as the waterfall spear in his hands shot towards Li Zongjiu. It seemed to have turned into a water dragon as it surged towards Li Zongjiu. The originally clear sky had now turned into a huge wave in the deep sea. Thousands of layers of huge waves rolled up, and in an instant, Li Zongjiu felt like he was about to be swallowed whole. Is this the ultimate move you're so proud of? Li Zongjiu stared at the river-turning flood dragon in front of him. The light on the unparalleled sword gradually surged. When the opponent rushed over, Li Zongjiu took advantage of the opportunity to swing the unparalleled sword in his hand. The sword qi instantly slashed the body of the flood dragon. Boom! The flood dragon was instantly torn apart. It exploded on the spot. Shin Tianlu's strongest attack had been directly broken at this moment. Shin Tianlu was immediately severely injured. The backlash of the origin energy in his body also made Shin Tianlu realize that he was no match for the person in front of him. If he continued to fight, he would only die. The only way was to escape. As an expert, he knew how to protect his own life and prevent himself from dying so early. There was only hope if he was alive. Even as the Great Wu Dynasty's duke, he had to be alive to be a Great Wu Dynasty's duke. If he died, he would be nothing. However, would Shin Tianlu be able to escape just because he wanted to? Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually, and a force directly trapped Shin Tianlu in this space. The spatial confinement force from all around made Shin Tianlu feel powerless. It seemed that he was still in this free environment, but in fact, he was completely trapped. The terrifying confinement around him made Shin Tianlu unable to move at all. There was no chance for him to escape. Who are you? He finally realized the gap in power between himself and Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Shin Tianlu's eyes released a ray of fear. There weren't many people who could reach this level of cultivation, and those who could easily restrain him were few and far between. So who was Li Zongjiu in front of him? Could it be that Li Zongjiu was a newly promoted Saint Immortal? My Shin family and East Rising Saint Immortal are old friends. Your Excellency, please let me go for East Rising Saint Immortal's sake. Shin Tianlu immediately began to beg for mercy. In his opinion, there was nothing shameful about this. Although Li Zongjiu looked young, he was very powerful. If he did not surrender, only death would await him. What was so shameful about surrendering to an expert? East Rising Saint Immortal? Bullshit. Li Zongjiu directly slapped out across the space. It felt like bullying to deal with a person who had not even reached the absolute saint realm. However, Li Zongjiu liked to bully people. Shin Tianlu, didn't you use your strength to do whatever you want here? Now I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. Li Zongjiu's palm directly hit Shin Tianlu's body, and he was instantly sent flying. Shin Tianlu fell toward fallen city below. Boom! He crashed into a house, and the surrounding ground immediately collapsed. Shin Tianlu was like a cannonball that directly smashed into the ground. The surrounding dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Li Zongjiu's body landed on the ground. He gently flicked his finger, and two figures on the ground were lifted up. They were Chu Yen and Guan Jiang, who were seriously injured. Although they were seriously injured and seemed to be hanging on to their last breath, Li Zongjiu directly injected a strong wave of origin energy into their bodies. With Li Zongjiu's current cultivation, there was no one he could not save. After injecting origin energy, Chu Yen and Guan Jiang's injuries were healed, and they regained their strength. When they saw Li Zongjiu, they were pleasantly surprised. "Senior, you've worked hard." Naturally, Li Zongjiu could tell what the two of them were doing. Immediately, he gave each of them an elixir. It was a grade 9 elixir. Even for Supreme Being experts, it was a precious elixir. Even if Li Zongjiu casually gave out elixirs, some Supreme Being experts would not be able to obtain it even if they spent their entire lives pursuing it. Jiang Bai and Guan Jiang looked at the elixir in their hands. Although they did not know the specific grade of the elixir, they definitely knew that the value of the elixir in their hands was absolutely immeasurable. Opportunity. This was a real opportunity. As long as they obtained this opportunity, they could at least speed up their breakthrough and speed up their cultivation. It would save them a few decades of hard work, or even hundreds of years. The opportunity that Li Zongjiu had bestowed upon him was this powerful. He glanced at Shin Wu, who was in a half-dead state. Li Zongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. He gently waved his hand and led Shin Wu to his front. Then, he injected a stream of origin energy into Shin Wu's body. Shin Wu's body was immediately saved. It was as if he had received a life-prolonging elixir, and he instantly woke up. "It's you, Li Zongjiu." When Shin Wu woke up, he looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. Then, he saw Li Zongjiu pull out a person from the ruins. It was Shin Wu's father, the great Wu Empire's Duke Shin Tianlu. Shin Wu's eyeballs almost popped out of their socket. "Li Zongjiu, if you dare to touch my father, you will become an enemy of the great Wu Empire. There are hundreds of heavenly masters in the great Wu Empire, and they are enough to destroy you tens of thousands of times." Chapter 1355. Hearing Shin Wu's threat, Li Zongjiu seemed to be afraid and stopped his actions. Seeing this, Shin Wu's eyes were slightly surprised. Now he knows fear. If you let him go now, I can spare your life. But in the future, you must serve my great Wu dynasty. In that case, not only will you not have to die, I can also guarantee that you will live a life of luxury. Shin Wu said. No one knew where his confidence came from, but he actually wanted to subdue Li Zongjiu. Even if there was a plate of peanuts last night when he was drinking, he shouldn't have been so drunk. Either his injuries had recovered, but his brain couldn't be saved. You're saying that you'll let me live and give me a life of luxury, right? Li Zongjiu asked. He took a serious look at Shin Wu, who was in front of him. Even until now, this child probably still doesn't know where the two Saint Immortal Realm experts who had just arrived have gone. That's right, my great Wu dynasty can let bygones be bygones. Shin Wu seemed to have recovered from his injuries, and there was a trace of spirit in his eyes. He couldn't help but say, "Sai, you're so stupid. I really don't know what to do with you. It's too boring to kill you directly." Li Zongjiu really couldn't do it. What was the difference between this and killing a pig? "You can go. Where's your father?" "I won't kill him for now." "Didn't you say that you have hundreds of heavenly masters? Call them all over." Li Zongjiu suddenly wanted to play. Since this kid was so confident, how could Li Zongjiu not let him feel his own strength? If he directly killed him now, how boring would that be? "What did you say? Are you courting death?" Shen Wu was immediately angry. What did this kid mean by saying such words? "You don't understand?" Li Zongjiu flicked his finger, and a wave of energy instantly broke one of Shen Wu's legs. Bang! Blood splattered and flesh was badly mutilated. One of his legs was blown off. Shen Wu didn't even have time to react as his body fell to the ground. It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened to his body. "My leg! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Shen Wu's face was covered in blood, his veins bulging. Blood splattered from their mouth. There were flames of anger in his eyes, but what he felt more was the pain of having his leg broken. His leg had been directly blown off. How much pain had the latter suffered? He wished he could tear Li Zongjiu into pieces. "I'm worried that the king of the Great Wu Empire won't believe your words, so you can bring your father's hand back with you," Li Zongjiu said as he removed one of Shen Tianliu's hands. He threw it to Shen Wu. The dignified guardian duke of the Great Wu dynasty had his arm ripped off just like that. Shen Tianliu, who was unconscious, seemed to feel the pain coming from his body. His body immediately trembled. But he never woke up. Well, just you wait." Shen Wu held Shen Tianliu's broken arm and stared at Li Zongjiu with eyes full of death. After memorizing Li Zongjiu's face, he turned around angrily. "Not only the fallen city, but also your countries will be reduced to ruins. Scorched earth." Shen Wu threatened Jiang Bai at the same time. "Hey!" Suddenly, a voice called out to Shen Wu. Chu Yingguan appeared in front of Shen Wu with a dagger in his hand. Then, he stabbed the dagger in his hand into Shen Wu's chest. "I'm returning this to you." Chu Yingguan was quite ruthless when he attacked. It could be said that Shen Wu had never expected this dagger to stab down. Before he left, he was stabbed with a dagger. "Bitch, just you wait." Shen Wu did not dare to stay any longer. He memorized Chu Yingguan's face. After he went back and found reinforcements, he would settle the score with these people. He did not even plan to save Yu Luo, who was seriously injured and fell to the side. The most important thing now was to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be treated more harshly. These women might even stab him again. Shen Wu was an expert of the primitive emperor realm, but he did not dare to face these crazy women. The only right thing to do was to escape first. Even in Shen Wu's heart, if he left quickly now, it would be to save his father. He did not want to escape at the last minute. Therefore, with this thought, Shen Wu ran faster and faster. What Shen Wu was piloting was also a type of flying boat. It quickly flew in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty. After Shen Wu left, Li Zongjiu also twisted Shen Tianliu's head. He threw Shen Tianliu's body aside. He did not want to keep this person alive. Jiang Bai glanced at Shen Tianliu's head. Jiang Bai was very clear about this person's identity. After all, this person was the Duke-guarding Duke of the Great Wu dynasty, the leader of the Great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters. The leader of many heavenly masters had fallen to such a state. "Senior, the Great Wu dynasty's strength is not simple. Don't worry. No matter what dynasty comes, I will finish him." Li Zongjiu waved his hand disdainfully. Now that Li Zongjiu's strength had broken through to such a realm, it could be said that he was fearless. In the end, the sacred martial realm had fallen to its current state. These so-called great nations were basically all responsible for it. They had done nothing and compromised for the greater good. The only one who had a backbone was also killed by these people. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not mind dealing with these disappointing people. Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't care so much about things like harming the common people. However, Li Zongjiu felt unhappy and wanted to come out and take care of it. Evil Lord's temper was like this. Therefore, Jiang Bai and Chu Yinguan could not figure out what Li Zongjiu meant. However, Li Zongjiu did not intend to explain to them. When the two girls reached his strength and realm, they would naturally understand. There was no need to ask so many questions. Basically, they could do whatever they wanted. Li Zongjiu then continued to nurture the unparalleled sword. Hu Wushuang had been fighting continuously recently and could be said to have recovered with great difficulty. In the end, such a consumption occurred. If this continued, it would be a great loss for Hu Wushuang. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also kept the unparalleled sword in his blazing hell. It would take a long time to nurture it. On the other hand, Jiang Bai and Chu Yinguan were worried. With the strength of the great Wu dynasty, they will definitely reach the city in less than 2 days. It's good that they're here. I'm going to kill this group of cowards with my own hands. Chu Yinguan hated these people. He could not wait to kill them directly, but he was annoyed because he was not as strong as Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1356. The Beast God Temple. The huge, ancient pagoda was moving at an extremely slow speed from a huge formation. More than 10 elders of the Beast God Temple followed closely behind. However, they were all discussing the Beast God Temple. Although they were currently summoning the Beast God Temple with all their might, they would still have to take some time out to solve any problems they encountered. Forget Chuan, Gu He, the heaven demons that you two are in charge of seems to have suffered a lot of losses recently. Go and bring back this young man called Li Zongjiu. Don't kill him. After a round of discussion among the elders, someone finally spoke. His body was facing the front, but his voice was directly behind him, stretching out continuously. The void began to distort. Then, 2 burly figures appeared behind the elder. They first performed a solemn salute to the Beast God Temple in the sacred land, then bowed to the elder in response. Yes, sir. These 2 were the highest leaders of the heaven demons. Forget Chuan's true form was a 10,000-year-old flood dragon with a vicious and dark personality. Meanwhile, Gu He was a 10,000-year-old river god. The so-called river god was just a title. If he revealed his true form, he would look more like a snapping turtle. Moreover, he had the power to overturn rivers and seas. The Heaven Demons Division. Forget Chuan was the leader, and Gu He was the deputy. In fact, the 2 of them had not led the Heaven Demons for a long time. They were both extremely powerful existences. Now, the sacred martial realm situation was set. The remaining humans were also struggling at death's door. They did not dare to make any moves. Under such a stable situation, the 2 of them could be said to have gone into seclusion to cultivate. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, an unknown young man would appear and cause great damage to the Beast God Hall? Not only that, but the Beast God Temple's fallen army had also suffered heavy losses. Many of the territories that they had conquered in the past had been directly taken back. All of this was because of this Li Zongjiu. Forget Chuan and Gu He originally thought that an enemy of this level did not require them to take action. It was only when Shui Yi was killed that the situation became serious. Now, the elders could no longer sit still. They wanted the 2 of them to take action and capture Li Zongjiu alive. Although it might be a little difficult in the eyes of the 2, it was not a big deal. If this Li Zongjiu didn't know what was good for him, then he would cripple him first before bringing him back. Even if they wanted to capture Li Zongjiu alive, they would not let Li Zongjiu off so easily. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, the Tian Sha duo did not bring any more people with them. The rest of the people were just a bunch of trash. There was no point in bringing them along. He might as well do it himself. Great Wu Dynasty. As the only remaining 5 great nations, The current Great Wu Empire could be said to be at its peak. Even when it was defeated by the Great Yen Empire back then, it had also reaped many benefits. Therefore, the Great Wu Empire had developed to a certain extent. It could be said that he had taken advantage of the situation. Now that the Dar nation was flourishing, it could be ranked in the top 3 among the 5 great nations. Just the number of heavenly masters in the nation had exceeded 120. Every heavenly master in the nation was a supreme being expert. If any of them were placed in the Shenwu continent, they would be able to rule over a region and dominate half of the Shenwu continent. If these 100 or so heavenly masters attacked together, the Shenwu continent would probably be blown to smithereens. Of course, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Although supreme being experts were not weak, there were still forces in the world that could obliterate them. Even Li Zongjiu, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme being in his previous life, did not act presumptuously in the world. Otherwise, he would definitely be obliterated by many of the rules of the world. The situation was not necessarily a good thing. When Shen Wu returned to the Great Wu dynasty in a sorry state, the entire Great Wu dynasty was extremely shocked. Shen Wu was the son of the Great Wu dynasty's Duke Zhen and a disciple of the Sacred Mountain's Sacred Immortal. With such a status, there were not many people in the entire sacred martial realm who could compare to him. Even with such a noble status, there were still people who did not give him any face. Shen Wu was seriously injured to such an extent. One of his legs was broken and he was stabbed in the body. Although these injuries were not fatal, such a ruthless attack was obviously not giving him any face. Shen Wu was then treated. When the Great Wu monarch heard the news, he actually went to visit him personally. If he did not take good care of him, it would be troublesome if the Duke Zhen led a rebellion. Therefore, it was necessary to appease the people below. However, when the Great Wu monarch came to inquire about the situation, Shen Wu actually took out the arm of the Duke Zhen, Shen Tianlu. He explained the situation to the Great Wu monarch. The Great Wu dynasty was furious. Someone actually dared to do such a thing to the Duke Zhen of the Great Wu dynasty. If I don't know who is behind this, I will definitely not let them go. The Great Wu monarch immediately summoned all the heavenly masters in the nation. He personally led the team. If anything happened to the Duke Zhen, he would definitely let the world know that when the Great Wu dynasty was angry, the world would tilt. The sun and the moon would change colors. The top warship of the Great Wu dynasty, the Tianwu ship, it could be considered the top warship in the sacred martial realm. If the Tianwu ship's firepower were to explode at the same time, it would be enough to kill a heavenly master in less than 3 minutes. If 10 ships were to attack at the same time, it would only take 3 seconds. It would be enough to kill a supreme being expert. Currently, the Great Wu dynasty had directly mobilized 20 Tianwu ships. The mighty formation broke through the sky. Even when they were attacking the fallen army, the people of the Great Wu dynasty did not necessarily dispatch Tianwu ship. They also did not have such a lineup. When facing their own people, they were as fierce as before. However, when facing outsiders, they were quite cautious. It was extremely despicable. When fighting their own people, they were naturally quite unyielding. However, when facing outsiders, real enemies, they would still choose to preserve their strength. It was really a pity. Fallen City. Jiang Bai was originally prepared to go to Sui Shan City to gather people to repair Fallen City. However, Li Zongjiu said that it was not necessary. After all, in front of experts like them, the city was indeed as fragile as tofu. It was completely useless. Therefore, it did not matter much to them whether to repair it or not. Destroying it was just a matter of a moment. Jiang Bai thought about it and agreed. However, the prosperity of Fallen City was no longer there. Chapter 1357. However, Li Zongjiu asked Jiang Bai and Chu Yan Guan to help him dig a small fish pond so that Li Zongjiu could fish. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a child, Li Zhongjiu was already more than 3,000 years old. He should be at the age of fishing now. He used to be obsessed with alchemy. Now that his cultivation had increased, he had actually become a person who loved to raise fish. With their strength, it was easy for them to dig a small fish pond. They finished it in half a day. Chu Yanguan and Jiang Bai were not far behind Li Zhongjiu. They were refining the pill that Li Zhongjiu had given them. The overbearing effect of the pill did not explode in their bodies directly. Instead, it felt like it was accumulating in their bodies. As they cultivated, they could absorb the effect of the pill faster and integrate it into their bodies, forming a stronger power. Moreover, the two of them also discovered that if they were to train within a radius of a few dozen meters around Li Zhongjiu, the speed and efficiency of their training would be even faster. Thus, the two of them simply sat behind Li Zhongjiu to cultivate. Naturally, they were also doing their best to restrain their auras. They could not disturb Li Zhongjiu while he was fishing. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu might have directly thrown the two of them to feed the fish. On the evening of the second day after Shen Wu left, the clouds in the sky were especially dazzling. When Li Zhongjiu saw the sunset, he was slightly moved. He immediately flew to a high place and sat on a mountain peak to watch the sunset. Speaking of which, the most suitable place to watch this scene was Luoxia City. Li Zhongjiu had been out for a long time. The concept of time was not very clear to him, but Li Zhongjiu estimated that he had been out for more than half a year. Although he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, it was still very far away for him to return to the Shengwu continent. Even if I'm in the absolute saint realm, I'm definitely not at my peak. Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel that his realm was helping him to come into contact with a more complete cultivation path. This feeling was very difficult to describe with words. It was as if the path was a circle. Now, Li Zhongjiu was stepping on the circle and had begun to draw a more complete circle. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had a deeper understanding of the cultivation realm. He also understood that there must be more powerful existences that surpassed the Shengwu continent and the Shengwu realm. Such a vast power of heaven and earth. The path of cultivation was not so simple. Boom! Just as Li Zhongjiu was admiring the beautiful sunset and his mind was filled with thoughts, a few terrifying sound waves suddenly came from the clouds in front of him. When they appeared in front of him, a cold glint appeared in Li Zhongjiu's eyes. Ha! Boom! 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 The Tianwu ship broke through the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if 20 heaven-devouring beasts had appeared. Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan, who were in Fallen City, were shocked when they saw the sky marshal boat. It's the Tianwu ship of the Great Wu. It's a top warship. Chu Yanguan had seen the Tianwu ship before. Back when the Great Yen country was destroyed, the Sky Marshal boat had appeared. At that time, the people on the Sky Marshal boat had actually watched the Great Yen country perish and had even taken a lot of things. They were in cahoots with each other. They were truly despicable. Chu Yanguan gritted his teeth when he saw such people. However, the two women's cultivations were unable to breathe under the mighty aura of the Tianwu ship. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky. The two women's auras were suppressed in their bodies and could not be released. They were still able to stand on the spot because they had recently made a breakthrough in their cultivation. If all the Sky Marshal boats locked onto the two of them, death would be the only outcome for them. What a powerful aura! The two women clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Was this the strength of the Great Wu? Is this the legendary Tianwu ship? If only one Tianwu ship had been sent here, my battle of time would not have been destroyed like this. It's all because of these people. They made my battle of time suffer such a disaster. Jiang Bai was rather angry at the inaction of the Great Wu Empire and the other upper nations. As a nation, they shouldn't expect others to come to their rescue all the time. In the face of such a catastrophe, it was natural for these people to take action. 20 ships. The Great Wu dynasty must have brought most of the heavenly masters from the upper nations. Chu Guan could not help but feel nervous. After all, although the Great Wu dynasty was annoying, they were powerful and were indeed a terrifying existence. It was not easy to contend with the Great Wu dynasty. In the eyes of others, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I wonder if Senior Li Zongjiu will be able to teach them a lesson. Both of them were looking forward to Li Zongjiu's performance. They were looking forward to Li Zongjiu showing off his invincible prowess and beating up the people in front of them. Only then would they feel better. However, the two of them were not worried about Li Zongjiu's life. In their opinion, even if they could not defeat the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The mountain where Li Zongjiu was located was immediately surrounded by 20 Tianwu ships. At the same time, all the weapons on the Tianwu ships were aimed at Li Zongjiu. Who is Li Zongjiu? Hurry up and send the Great Wu Duke back. If even a strand of hair is missing, I will destroy you. The Great Wu country ruler appeared with over 100 heavenly masters behind him. They released their auras at almost the same time. In an instant, the sky changed color. It was as if the sky was as thin as a piece of paper. It could not withstand the aura of these people, and was about to be torn apart at any time. However, Li Zongjiu had yet to make a move. Then, he heard the sound of a wave coming from the void. The Great Wu country ruler and the others were shocked. When he saw the situation clearly again, he felt a surge of energy rushing towards the sky marshal ship. Boom! One of the Tianwu ships exploded in the sky. The Tianwu ship, which was expensive and could withstand the might of an upper nation heavenly master, exploded in the sky. The Great Wu country ruler and the others did not realize what had happened. After the first ship exploded, the second ship also exploded. Boom! In the end, the 20 Tianwu ships exploded in the sky almost at the same time. They were like giant fireworks that bloomed in the sky above Fallen City. Chapter 1358. Jiang Bai and the others stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. These heavenly martial arts could be said to be of the highest level of craftsmanship in the sacred martial realm. They actually exploded in the sky in such a way. Who did it? Li Zongjiu? Was this the strength of Senior Li Zongjiu? Of course, it was not Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu originally thought that the fighting strength of these sky martial boats was pretty good. Therefore, he wanted to quickly plunder a few of them and bring them to Luoxia City. Although Luoxia City's strength was already considered to be at the pinnacle of existence, however, it wasn't strange to prepare more powerful forces and powerful secret weapons. After all, who knew if some terrifying monsters would fall from the sky one day, and then there would be another fierce battle and slaughter. If Li Zongjiu had such a top-notch warship, he wouldn't have cared how many of them there were. However, just as Li Zongjiu was about to make a move and force these people to hand over their sky martial boats, a voice suddenly rang out. Who would have thought that there would actually be two figures who would have destroyed these Tianwu boats before Li Zongjiu could? Li Zongjiu knew that these people wanted to attack in advance, but Li Zongjiu didn't stop them. He just looked at these people and waited for them to do something. Now, he could see it clearly. It should be the people from the Beast God Temple. They just happened to be here. In the sky above, flames were constantly exploding and churning. Two figures were also illuminated by the countless flames. The appearance of these two figures did not place the Great Wu Empire's heavenly master in their eyes. Instead, they stared straight at Li Zongjiu. Who dares to destroy my Great Wu Heaven Martial Arc? The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom seemed to be very angry. Of course, he would be very angry when encountering such a thing. No one could tolerate such a thing happening. In order to properly display his strength and convince Li Zongjiu, it could be said that he had gathered all the experts of the Great Wu Empire. Who would have thought that they would all be eliminated in an instant? This was simply going too far. Most of the Supremes weren't injured by the explosion. After all, they were Supremes, so the explosion of the Sky Martial Arc wasn't able to injure them. They were all nimble and knew how to defend themselves. Over 100 figures hovered above the void. One of them reached out and waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying fluctuation in front of him. The flames and smoke in the surroundings were also easily wiped away. Immediately, everyone saw clearly who was the culprit who had done this. The person who had attacked them was right in front of them. Furthermore, his back was facing them. Wang Chuan turned around to look at the person behind her. "I don't want to kill you today." Scram. Wang Chuan immediately waved her hand. It would be a piece of cake for the river of forgetfulness to kill these people. There wasn't even a single absolute saint. Even if all of them worked together, it would only take a single slap to kill them. Impudent! How dare you speak such nonsense in front of the great martial kingdom's ruler? A grand martial heavenly master couldn't bear to watch any longer. He actually wanted so many supremes to scram? Did he really think that no one would be able to deal with him? Look at how arrogant these people were. They simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great martial kingdom's ruler wasn't a very bright person. With so many experts following behind him, and the top experts of the great martial kingdom were all here, it could be said that this was a display of extremely high combat strength. With so many experts here, they could do whatever they wanted no matter where they went. As long as they didn't go to the sacred mountain, they could even destroy the fallen army. "You have guts," Wang Chuan immediately sneered. However, her attention was still on Li Zongjiu. "You must be Li Zongjiu. Come with us, and you still have a chance to live," Wang Chuan said. Gu He didn't like to talk. The cloak behind him was like the waves that were billowing. It looked quite strange. "I am." Li Zongjiu nodded. "We will decide whether to go with you or not. Now, I'm going to settle the account with you. Those airboats and battleships that I like just now have been damaged by you. Therefore, you have to compensate me for it," Li Zongjiu said seriously. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. However, after careful consideration, they realized that there was something wrong with it. Although you took a fancy to other people's warships, they still belonged to them. How could you ask for compensation? Moreover, you even went to the Beast God Temple's Sky Demon leader to ask for compensation. Did you feel a little guilty? Wang Chuan and Gu He both smiled slightly. The light that was emitted from his eyes also contained a trace of mockery. "I've already said that we can just do it. The elder only said that we want them alive, but not intact," Gu He immediately said. After all, in his opinion, this Li Zongjiu was a little too tactless. Therefore, in Gu He's heart, there was nothing to talk about with a fool like Li Zongjiu. The many experts of the great Wu Empire behind him were all unhappy. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to ignore us? Do you really think we're invisible? I think you're tired of living. Everyone, take the heads of these two people for me, and use it to promote the power of the great Wu Empire." The great Wu Empire's emperor was also heroic for a moment, as if he was ready to release the glory of the great Wu Empire. "Cross the entire world. Let everyone kneel down under the power of the great Wu Empire. These flies are too noisy." Wang Chuan waved her hand behind her. Gu He turned around, and in the next moment, his figure turned into a wave of light, hiding his figure in the void. At the same time, when he reappeared, there was a terrifying light. Boom! Gu He directly swept hundreds of Supreme Being experts into a terrifying wave of water. None of these experts could escape. It was as if they were swept into a whirlpool, and it was difficult to extricate themselves. Boom! The great Wu Empire's emperor's figure was outside the wave. Outside, he also looked at this scene in a daze. Then, Gu He gently turned his hand, and those great Wu heavenly masters who were swept into the wave all exploded at this moment. Boom! 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 One by one, their bodies exploded on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a simple matter for an absolute saint to kill these so-called great Wu heavenly masters. Among them, even a 9th-grade Supreme Being couldn't withstand such an attack. A rain of blood fell from the sky above the fallen city. Jiang Bai and Chu Yen held up their umbrellas and looked up at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the mysterious expert in front of them made a move, and then wiped out hundreds of Supreme Being experts of the Great Wu Empire. They were all wiped out. Chapter 1359. In fact, this level was far beyond the level of an instant kill. Erasure was just a casual swipe of the hand and your life would be gone. This was the true meaning of erasure. The great martial monarch still had 2 lackeys by his side. It wasn't because Gu He couldn't kill them, but because he felt that it was good to leave these people alive. Looking at the astonished and shocked expressions on their faces, it felt pretty good. At least it felt pretty good in his heart. The monarch of Great Wu and the others were completely stunned. What kind of situation was this? Were they all killed? My Great Wu's hundreds of heavenly masters are all dead? The monarch of Great Wu was dumbfounded. He even felt that he was dreaming. How could someone be so strong? Why did they have to encounter such a thing at this time? Monarch, they're all dead, all dead. The 2 lackeys beside him also felt their legs go soft. They didn't know how they managed to keep their lives, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to kill them, it would be a simple matter. They probably just found it interesting, so they left their lives here. They were really vicious. They actually wanted to play with their lives and let them live without dignity. It was really too vicious. They wanted to kill them. In fact, Gu He and the monarch of Great Wu didn't treat them as humans. They only treated them as a few bugs that could be squashed with a wave of their hand. They didn't have any other intentions. It was too easy to kill these people. Now, have you made your decision? Forget Chuan asked. It would be best if this matter could be resolved easily. However, if Li Zongjie was stubborn, then they could only take action. With their current cultivation, they were always thinking about breaking through. They were almost immersed in cultivation every day. Therefore, they didn't want to do anything else. This time, if it wasn't for the elder calling them out, the 2 of them wouldn't have taken action personally. Letting Li Zongjie take the initiative to surrender would at least guarantee that Li Zongjie wouldn't run away. It would be hard to catch him then. Being able to kill Shuiyi. It was enough to prove that Li Zongjie was not weak. We have another debt. When you killed people just now, you dirted my city. Now, if you don't clean it up, you can forget about leaving. Li Zongjie said slowly. The black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. A trace of lightning flashed on the black dragon hammer. Rumble. It was as if there were thousands of steeds galloping at full speed. Just a simple display of strength was enough to show that he possessed extraordinary strength. Let me. Gu He growled. In the next moment, he also instantly moved. It was as if a monstrous wave had formed, and it swept towards Li Zongjie furiously. Boom! As the waves surged forward. Immediately, they surrounded Li Zongjie. Before they even got close, Li Zongjie could already feel their power lingering around him. Keep! Li Zongjie directly summoned the power of hell and sucked Gu He into the world of hell. He also summoned East Coming Saint Immortal and North Sky Saint Immortal to deal with Gu He. East Coming Saint Immortal was trapped in the boundless hell. Although only 1 or 2 days had passed in the outside world, in reality, it felt like tens of thousands of years had passed in the boundless hell. Any normal person wouldn't be able to withstand such an endless cycle in the boundless hell. Therefore, Li Zongjie easily subdued and controlled East Coming Saint Immortal. Since they were going to attack the Beast God Temple, Li Zongjie thought that it would be better to prepare more experts. When the time came, it would be very useful to send them to their death. Gu He was sucked into the boundless hell by Li Zongjie. Then, the 2 human race Saint Immortals greeted him warmly, which was enough to make Gu He happy for a while. Gu He, who was originally very powerful, was subdued by Li Zongjie in the blink of an eye. Even Forget Chuan herself was a little surprised. The monarch of Great Wu country saw that the person who had just killed hundreds of Supreme Being experts was also taken away by Li Zongjiu with a wave of his hand. What kind of battle was this? It was so terrifying. In a fight between experts, would they be able to take someone away with just a wave of their hand? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. However, the monarch of Great Wu country and the others didn't dare to speak or even run away. They, who were in an extremely tense situation, seemed to have realized that they were not at the same level as Li Zongjiu and the others. To be able to capture Shen Tianlu and cut off one of his arms, he must be in the absolute saint realm. However, their habitual thinking told them otherwise. There were only a few saint immortals in the world. Therefore, Li Zongjiu couldn't be in the saint immortal realm. Otherwise, he must have used some kind of despicable means to deal with Shen Tianlu. Now, their army had arrived. Naturally, Li Zongjiu's despicable means would be destroyed. Could it be that he could deal with so many people directly? Despicable means were nothing in the face of absolute power. Very well, you are qualified to make me attack. Forget Chuan seemed to be ready to attack. A silver-white long spear appeared in her hand. There seemed to be clouds surging on the long spear. With a wave of the long spear, a piece of blue sky fell. Such a strong power to kill the sky. She wouldn't attack easily, but once she did, she would break the sky. Swoosh! Forget Chuan waved the long spear in her hand. Immediately, a terrifying power swept towards Li Zongjiu. Although she didn't know what kind of means Li Zongjiu had used to make Gu He disappear, Forget Chuan believed that Li Zongjiu's actions were basically seeking death. If it was too easy, it would be broken. The black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand also exploded with a crazy power of lightning. Boom! The lightning intertwined in the sky to form a huge net. When they saw this scene, everyone could clearly feel the terror of the power. The monarch of Dao and the others kept retreating. With such a power of lightning, even a light touch would definitely turn them into ashes. Was this the power of the saint immortal realm? The monarch of Dao and the others were shocked. These people were worthless in the face of such power. They could be easily killed. As long as they came into contact with the power and were slightly affected, they would be obliterated. With Li Zongjiu's strength, they wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu and show off the strength of Dao. It was simply stupid. Chapter 1360. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were naturally stunned. However, Wang Chuan was also very surprised. After all, Wang Chuan had come into contact with the experts of the human race and had fought with them before. However, Li Zongjiu in front of her was so powerful that she had not felt it for a long time. Boom! The lightning net fell directly downward. The power of the lightning net made Wang Chuan feel as if her body was being burned in a pot of oil. Immediately, a ray of light flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes, following which, scales began to appear on the surface of his body. When the scales appeared, Wang Chuan's body also settled down under the power of the lightning pool. If you want to break through my defense with your lightning power, you are far from being able to do so, Wang Chuan shouted. Then, she waved the long spear in her hand. Suddenly, a sky-shattering power came violently. The space in front of her was also directly slashed apart. A terrifying force whizzed out from it. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were forced to fall from the sky into the fallen city. Just a moment ago, they were still clamoring to destroy the fallen city. Now, they were hiding in the city. When the monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others saw Jiang Bai, they were shocked. However, they did not put the two girls in their eyes. Could it be that the two girls could pose a threat to them? However, they did not dare to touch the two girls. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, if the two girls were very important to Li Zongjiu and were bullied by them, then Li Zongjiu would have to get back at them. With Li Zongjiu's violent temper, if he really dealt with Wang Chuan, it would be easy for him to deal with them. At least, when facing Li Zongjiu, they could still negotiate a little. Moreover, The one who killed so many heavenly masters of the great martial kingdom was not Li Zongjiu. The enmity between the two sides did not need to be so great. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was right there. If it was not a big deal, they could just bear with it. After all, harmony breeds wealth. Sometimes it was just like this. When one met someone with a slightly more stubborn temper, one would directly admit defeat and not dare to say anything. Naturally, one would not fuss about things that could be forgiven. Moreover, he had to think in his heart that he shouldn't be targeted by others. That was the best way. The battle between Li Zongjiu and Wang Chuan had already changed the color of the sky and earth. Moreover, one could clearly see that the surrounding spatial energy had already become distorted following the eruption of the two's power. From the distorted space, one could see traces of a destructive storm forming. These destructive storms were actually formed by spatial undercurrent. Even absolute saints would die if they encountered them. They could barely hold on for a few minutes, but they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If a supreme being was caught in this destructive storm, they wouldn't even be able to find their physical body within half a second. Such terrifying power was also unleashed by the two of them. It was truly terrifying. That person can actually travel through this destructive storm. Someone beside the great martial kingdom's monarch exclaimed. With their level of power, they could naturally recognize this destructive storm. However, after seeing it now, they were extremely shocked because Li Zongjiu's figure seemed to be ignoring the destructive storm. He came and went as he pleased within the destructive storm. Moreover, when he waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, the light of a dragon's claw seemed to emerge. In the end, after a series of exchanges, there were actually a few wounds on Wang Chuan's body. Even a few of the scales on her body were directly shattered. Fresh blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Soon after, Forget Chuan also pulled away from Li Zongjiu. Staring at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him, the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. No wonder so many people have been defeated by you. Even the elder has asked me to personally capture you. You are indeed very difficult to deal with. Li Zongjiu was most annoyed by these people. They obviously could not defeat him and had to think of another way, but they still had to say a few words to ease the atmosphere. If they really had absolute confidence in defeating Li Zongjiu, they would have already done it. They had to wait until now. Moreover, they still had to say some words to cheer him up. These were all signs of lack of confidence. That was why they had such behavior. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not respond. He just looked at the other party quietly, waiting for the other party's next move. Wang Chuan did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward. Then let's do it. The clothes on her body were shattered. At the same time, Wang Chuan's figure also instantly changed. Boom! A huge figure rose into the sky. Even the lightning net in the sky was shattered by a powerful aura at this moment. 9 Abyss Sky Devouring Dragon. The black scales on the dragon's body flickered with cold light. When it appeared, it brought with it a gust of fishy wind. The fishy wind seemed to corrode the surrounding space, and even the destructive storm in front of it. It was forced back little by little under the devouring power of this dark force. It gradually disappeared. Originally, Li Zongjiu had relied on his figure to constantly launch surprise attacks on the River of Forgetfulness under such circumstances. However, the River of Forgetfulness now had sufficient strength to suppress this destructive storm. It was equivalent to Li Zongjiu losing his advantage. In addition to Wang Chuan's powerful strength, it was enough to destroy Li Zongjiu. Sky-eroding qi. Wang Chuan's figure surged into the sky. She swung her tail fiercely. The power around her quickly surged. An extremely cold aura instantly wrapped around Li Zongjiu. It completely wrapped Li Zongjiu. He was trapped and could not move. Li Zongjiu frowned slightly. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh from afar. Haha, Li Zongjiu, you are dead. My sky-eroding qi can only be removed by a saint venerable. With your cultivation, only death awaits you. Wang Chuan was already waiting for Li Zongjiu to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After all, the elder's request was to bring Li Zongjiu back alive. He absolutely did not dare to disobey the elder's orders. If he angered the elder, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Only by doing this well could he have a way to live. Or, he could break through the legendary Saint Venerable Realm. What was the Saint Venerable Realm? Li Zongjiu did not know, but Li Zongjiu realized that he was soaking in this evil power. His body actually felt a kind of comfortable feeling. Chapter 1361. He could clearly feel it. The so-called heaven-eroding power was an extremely evil power. If it were anyone else, they would probably be instantly devoured by the heaven-eroding energy. It would be difficult to resist. However, Li Zongjiu's physique was very different. His physique was originally different from ordinary people. Later, when he was in the Chaos Bell, it was refined by the chaotic energy and became the chaotic body. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was actually absorbing the heaven-eroding energy around him. Ancient golden tyrant body art. Li Zongjiu did not forget to circulate his mental cultivation method and absorb the heaven-eroding energy around him into his body to refine his physical body. His physical body was also refined to a relatively strong state. Forget Chuan was originally prepared to wait for Li Zongjiu to be completely refined. Her heaven-eroding energy was an innate ability that came with her, not something that she cultivated. Even in the fallen god realm, her heaven-eroding energy could be ranked in the top 10 of the power rankings. Therefore, Li Zongjiu definitely did not have the strength to resist this move. However, after waiting for half a day, Forget Chuan did not see any changes on Li Zongjiu's body. She could even see that this kid had actually entered a state of cultivation under the trapping array that she had set up. Are you kidding me? What's going on? This guy is actually absorbing my heaven-eroding energy. Forget Chuan's huge eyes were also filled with shock as she looked at Li Zongjiu, who was wrapped in her energy. He was actually not affected by the heaven-eroding energy until now. Instead, it was being absorbed by Li Zongjiu. Even in the fallen god realm, she had never seen such a terrifying existence that could directly absorb her energy and absorb the heaven-eroding energy. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Forget Chuan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't believe you're invincible. As the leader of the Sky Fiends, how could Wang Chuan be frightened by Li Zongjiu's strange move? He never dared believe that someone could absorb the power of the sky erosion, and it was the kind of unlimited absorption. Even if Li Zongjiu could absorb the energy, it must be because he had some kind of treasure on him. That was why he could absorb a certain amount of energy, but it was only temporarily sealed away. It didn't mean that it was directly refined. However, after Li Zongjiu absorbed it for a while, he realized that his evil lord's body was no longer as curious about the heaven-eroding power. It seemed that this power was not as mysterious as the legends said. Therefore, he gradually lost interest in it. Moreover, it seemed that the other party no longer had any other move. After a long time, there was still no movement. But in reality, Forget Chuan was already doing her best. Is that all you've got? Li Zongjiu could not help but sigh. He seemed to be very disappointed in Forget Chuan. What? Forget Chuan's face became extremely ugly. In the next moment, she saw Li Zongjiu reach out his hand, and a terrifying spear of the sky erosion was condensed in his hand. Moreover, the long spear formed by the heaven-eroding power contained a trace of chaotic power. Go! Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand, and the long spear in his hand was flung out. As the long spear swept out, it seemed to have quelled all the chaos in the world. The long spear was extremely fast, and it could even be said that it was dozens of times faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Forget Chuan. Even with the power of the 9-abyss heaven-eroding dragon, it had no way to dodge the spear that was flying towards it. You're attacking me with my power? 1 inch. The 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon's heart was full of disdain. Did he not know where this power came from? With such power, he rushed in front of it. At first, the 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon did not take it seriously. He even thought that Li Zongjiu was wasting his energy. However, in the next moment, the long spear directly pierced through him. The chaotic power was like a terrifying torpedo that rushed into his body, and then began a real bombardment. Bang! 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 The 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon only felt that his body seemed to be rapidly collapsing at this moment. Boom! His body fell rapidly from the sky. Before the 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon could react, the sharp pain had already spread throughout his body. His mind was blank and there was no other feeling. So this was the feeling after being severely injured. The 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time. It had been at least 1,000 years since he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, and he had never suffered such a serious injury. It was as if a huge steel fork, surrounded by sharp blades, had pierced into his body. It began to spin and churn crazily. His body was easily minced into a pile of useless mud. Boom! The 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon's body fell from the sky. After Li Zongjiu made his move, he only used this one move to deal with the river of forgetfulness. When the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom and the other two saw Li Zongjiu's beautiful counterattack, they were shocked. Li Zongjiu was even more shocked. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had even more power and techniques up his sleeve. Just now, he suddenly felt that things weren't going to be fun anymore, so he directly took action and killed his opponent. So terrifying! At this moment, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom recognized him. When the 9 abyss heaven-eroding dragon's body appeared, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom had already guessed it. The leader of Beast God Temple's Sky Demons. The real Sky Demons. Even when they attacked the Great Yen Dynasty, the leader of Sky Demons did not even personally take action, and he had already destroyed the Great Yen Dynasty. Only the 7 Saint Immortals of the Saint Mountain had once joined forces to fight with the leader of Sky Demons. Later on, it was said that they were evenly matched. At least, the 7 Saint Immortals did not suffer much damage. As for whether they managed to defeat the other party, it was even more unknown. Now, the leader of Sky Demons. He had directly fallen in the hands of this young man in front of him. The funny thing was that he had wanted to kill this young man in front of him. It was a little too ridiculous. But now, the situation of the Great Wu Dynasty was almost the same. It had been destroyed. So many heavenly masters had been killed by the people of the Beast God Temple. The Great Wu Dynasty had completely fallen. It would become a powerless dynasty. The power and status that they enjoyed now would soon be devoured. This made the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom feel like his heart was dead. No, if my Great Wu Dynasty still wants to grasp this last chance of survival, it can only be Li Zongjiu, Heavenly Master Li. The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom's eyes suddenly lit up. Just a moment ago, he had brought people to challenge Li Zongjiu and even wanted to completely crush Li Zongjiu. However, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking of how to beg Li Zongjiu to protect him. Chapter 1362. The huge corpse of the 9-abyss heaven-devouring dragon fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to Fallen City. Until now, the other Gu he had been wandering in this boundless hell for quite some time. He was constantly being mobilized. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. Gu He's physique was rather special. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Wang Chuan's, if he could stimulate his potential in the future, he would be a very scary guy. He wanted to keep the 9-abyss heaven-devouring dragon alive, but he was careless when he attacked him just now. Therefore, he killed him. Since he was dead, then so be it. It didn't matter if there was one more or one less. Li Shengxian. I'm the monarch of the Great Wu Dynasty. I failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive me. The Grand Martial Kingdom's monarch had a humble expression on his face as he bowed and bowed in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu glanced at the monarch of the Great Wu dynasty indifferently. "Is there anything you need from me?" Li Zongjiu asked. He then asked Jiang Bai and the other two to cut off some of the key parts of the 9 abyss heaven-devouring dragon. After all, Li Zongjiu was a god-grade alchemist. The body of the 9 abyss heaven-devouring dragon was a good material for refining medicine. Of course, he could not waste it. Otherwise, it would be a sin. "I've offended you before. Please forgive me, Lord Saint Immortal." The Emperor of Great Martial Country saw that he had been neglected, but he did not seem to care at all. What kind of status did the other party have? Of course, he would not be so polite to the other party. If he was so polite to the other party, what would happen? Therefore, the monarch of the Great Wu dynasty understood that strength was everything. "You don't have to call me Saint Immortal. That name doesn't suit me. Just call me Evil Lord," Li Zongjiu said without hesitation. "Evil Lord. Evil Lord, so be it, Evil Lord. You can call me whatever you want." "Yes, yes, Lord Evil Lord. Previously, I heard that the traitor of my Great Wu Empire, Xin Tianlu, had offended you, Lord Evil Lord. Therefore, I specially came forward to capture this guy and await Lord Evil Lord's punishment." "So, you're not here to cause trouble for me?" Li Zongjiu glanced at the monarch of Dal country. His skin was really thick. No wonder he could become the monarch of this country. As for the two subordinates of the Great Martial Kingdom's ruler, they felt as though they had lost all their dignity. They slowly turned around and no longer spoke. It was extremely humiliating. Although the Great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters were not killed by Li Zongjiu, it was still a fact. However, it was also related to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu clearly had the ability to save them, but he just stood by. This was equivalent to murdering them in disguise. If Li Zongjiu had heard these people's thoughts, he would have immediately twisted their heads off. They were really scheming. "Of course not, Lord Evil Lord. What are you talking about? We have specially come to pay you a visit." The monarch of Dao country was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Li Zongjiu was still able to continue the conversation. He thought that there was definitely a chance. That was great. He had also heard that Li Zongjiu seemed to be very interested in the sky marshalship. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly took out a ship ring. The ship ring in his hand was none other than a sky marshal ship. Although 20 sky marshal ships had been brought out this time, which was equivalent to the entire Great Wu dynasty's national strength, this did not mean that the Great Wu dynasty only had 20 sky marshal ships left. In fact, the Great Wu dynasty only had about 50 sky marshal ships in stock. There would always be some backup plans. It was precisely this kind of plan that would allow them to avoid losing all hope when the situation took a turn for the worse. Furthermore, as long as it was put into production, the number of sky marshal ships would be restored very quickly. This is the best version of the sky marshal ship. Even in the entire Great Wu dynasty, there are only 3 of them. Please kindly accept it, Lord Evil Lord. The monarch of Dao country humbly offered his greeting gift with both hands. Li Zongjiu didn't even look at it. He directly took the things the other party gave him without the slightest bit of embarrassment or hesitation. "Only one?" Li Zongjiu asked casually. "Yes, yes. However, the stock has been destroyed. As long as Lord Evil Lord comes to the Great Wu dynasty, I will immediately give the order to start production. We will definitely be able to build 20 sky marshal ships within a year." Just the construction of these 20 sky marshal arcs had cost a lot of money. However, over 100 heavenly masters had been killed. This was equivalent to reducing a large amount of funds. It could be said that there was more than enough money to build 20 sky marshal ships. In fact, it would be a waste of money for the Great Wu dynasty to support so many heavenly masters. Sometimes, it wasn't that they were unwilling to go to war. However, losing 1 or 2 heavenly masters would be a huge loss for the dynasty. The money they had spent previously would be wasted and there would be no returns. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? However, as long as they had a good grasp of Li Zongjiu, the Great Wu dynasty would be able to save a large amount of military funds. They could do anything with this money. You want me to go to your Great Wu dynasty? Great Wu dynasty. Oh, you want me to go to the Great Wu dynasty? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If we are lucky enough to invite Lord Evil Lord, it will naturally be a blessing for the people of the Great Wu dynasty. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly said excitedly. There's hope. There's really hope. All right, I have a condition. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Senior Evil Lord, please speak your mind. The monarch of Dao country patted his chest as if to say that no matter what Lin Fan said, he would fulfill it for Lin Fan. He was not afraid of any condition. As long as Lin Fan could state it, he would agree to it. Girl Chu, come here. Li Zongjiu directly called for Chu Yanguan to come over. Chu Yanguan was currently helping Li Zongjiu harvest the scales of the serpent dragon. When she heard Li Zongjiu's summon, Chu Yanguan was both surprised and happy. She did not know what this meant. After all, Li Zongjiu rarely summoned her. Senior. Chu Yanguan came before Li Zongjiu. Lin Fan glanced at the monarch of Dao country emotionlessly. How about this? Divide your Dao country's territory into two. Give half to this girl to manage, and I will sit in the middle. Neither side will have any problems. What do you think? Li Zongjiu smiled as he looked at the monarch of Dao country. Divide into two. Sit in the middle. The monarch of Dao country was stunned when he heard this. Instantly, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He wanted to divide his territory. Chapter 1363. He wanted to give up half of the territory. If it was just 1 or 2 cities, it wouldn't matter. In the Great Wu dynasty, there were more than 30 cities. It was considered an extremely large sphere of influence. Although losing 1 or 2 cities was quite painful, it didn't matter as it didn't affect the big picture. But now, Li Zongjiu actually wanted to take half of it. He wanted to take away 15 cities. Was there a mistake? In this chaotic world, it was already very amazing to be able to preserve one's own territory. It wasn't easy to preserve the territory, but now he had to hand over half of it. Moreover, he had to hand it over to this little girl. This little girl had a background. Could it be that she was Evil Lord's lover and wanted to be a king for once? Even Chu Yanguan was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that such a thing would happen to him. Although Chu Yanguan's lifelong dream was to restore the country and kill these monsters of the fallen race at the same time. However, these 2 wishes were unattainable. How could there be such a good thing? But now, such a good thing just happened to fall directly on his head. He couldn't even believe that this was real. Jiang Bai also sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this from afar. He never thought that Li Zongjiu would be so generous. This evil lord, naturally, the great martial emperor was extremely unwilling. In fact, he even thought to himself, how can I agree to such a thing? Whoever agrees to it is a fucking idiot. If you don't agree, you don't have to go back. Li Zongjiu patted the great Wu emperor's shoulder and said with a smile. You have the map, right? Take it out. Li Zongjiu said to one of the heavenly masters. When the other party heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was stunned. Then, he subconsciously took out the map of the Great Wu dynasty. There were a total of 31 cities marked on it. Without any explanation, Li Zongjiu tore the map into 2 halves. Half of it, 16 cities, were given to Chu Yanguan. The other half was returned to the king of Grand Martial Kingdom. It's settled then. Hey! The great martial emperor did not understand what he had experienced. Today, not only had he lost over 100 heavenly masters and over 100 supremes, he had also lost more than half of his territory. What he had kept was actually only the smaller half. It was Li Zongjiu's idea. He was clear in his heart. If he didn't agree, they would kill him. Then, he would take all the land for himself. What can you do? That was how arrogant and willful he was. It was truly unbelievable. Li Zongjiu was so ruthless. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom, didn't know what to say. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to touch a single blade of grass or tree of yours. Li Zongjiu said calmly. That was true. There was a sage immortal overseeing it. With a sage immortal overseeing it, there was no need to be afraid of anyone coming to cause trouble. Who would dare to come? Even the leader of the sky demons was lying on the ground, dismembered. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom should be thankful. He could still keep at least half of his territory. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom seemed to be swallowing blood into his stomach as he said those words. Even in such a situation, he had to force a smile and be grateful to Li Zongjiu. Chu Yanguan had never thought that such a thing would happen. What was even more unexpected was that Li Zongjiu had only casually asked, and the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had no choice but to agree. If he didn't agree, Li Zongjiu would definitely not let him have an easy time. This was the symbol of strength, the benefits of strength and the convenience it brought. It was so easy that there was no suspense at all. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom did not dare to disagree. Thank you, Senior Evil Lord. Chu Yanguan immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu had helped Chu Yanguan, Li Zongjiu had naturally become their guardian. If anything happened to Chu Yanguan's country, he would be offending Li Zongjiu. There was an invisible layer of such a powerful protective shield around them. I'll leave these two to you, Li Zongjiu said as he waved his hand and summoned East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal. After the two landed, they did not look strange on the surface. However, they were obviously different from before. Greetings, Master. The two of them bowed to Li Zongjiu. This frightened the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom. Isn't this East-coming Sage Immortal, North Sky Sage Immortal? How did these two Sage Immortals, what exactly had the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom experienced today? Even if he told others, not many people would believe him. Just based on what the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had seen, he could not believe it. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom was extremely shocked. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The two Sage Immortals of the Sacred Mountain actually addressed this young man as their master. No wonder Li Zongjiu could easily kill the leader of the Sky Demons, Wang Chuan. This was a powerful 9-abyss sky-devouring dragon. It was so pitiful that it could be killed in minutes. However, now that Li Zongjiu had become the master of the two Sage Immortals, it was no longer strange. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill this puny forget Chuan? Even when the Darwa dynasty was at its peak, it didn't possess the full support of a saint immortal. Now, this little girl's dynasty had just been established, yet she'd actually obtained the assistance of two saint immortals. Would anyone else dare act rashly? The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had already made up his mind to curry favor with Chu Yanguan. Just a moment ago, he was still immersed in the regret and pain of losing his territory. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking about how to curry favor with Chu Yanguan. The difference between the changes before and after was indeed a little big. He was even glad that he had agreed to Li Zongjiu's request. Otherwise, the entire Grand Martial Kingdom would have been conquered by Li Zongjiu. After that, there would be nothing for him to do. Alright, take Jiangbai with you. The rest of you can go and deal with your own matters, Li Zongjiu said. Now, he had captured two Sage Immortals of the Sacred Mountain. In addition, the so-called Sky Demons of the Beast God Temple were almost completely annihilated. Although there were still some members of the Sky Demons, these people probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Li Zongjiu. He could easily wipe them out. They weren't a threat at all. What he had to face next was the so-called Assassination Palace. After that, it would be the elders of the Beast God Temple. Since he heard that these people were busy with the teleportation formation, Li Zongjiu certainly could not let them proceed so smoothly. Later, he must find a way to destroy some of these people's arrangements. With great strength, one could be so unfettered, coming and going without a trace. However, now he had to wait for Qi Yanran to complete her breakthrough. He did not know how much time it would take. Therefore, Li Zongjiu gave Chu Yan, Guan Guan, and the others a big deal. These people wandered around him every day, and Li Zongjiu found it annoying.